Story: Ava's journey to correct mistakes and the galactic light. Imagine this: a little girl, barely 12, standing under a sky so bright it feels like the stars are singing. Then, in one fleeting moment, she shatters the dreams of an entire town. What would you do if your biggest mistake plunged everyone you love into darkness? Hey there, friends. Welcome back to the channel where we dive into stories that spark hope and light up your heart. I'm your storyteller today. And oh, do I have a tale for you? One that'll make you laugh, maybe cry, and definitely think twice about the power of a single choice. Picture a sleepy little town in Oregon called Starfall, nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines. This isn't just any town. Every night, when the sun dips below the horizon, a shimmering ribbon of light dances across the sky. A Dian Sang Tien Ha, or as the locals call it, the Galaxy Veil. It's not just a pretty sight. Legend says it's a gift from the Dream Angel, a celestial guardian who weaves the hopes and dreams of Starfall's people into that glowing band. As long as the veil shines, the town thrives. Farmers' crops grow, artists paint masterpieces, and kids chase their wildest dreams. Now, let me introduce you to Ava, our hero, or maybe our accidental villain, depending on how you look at it. Ava's 12, with a mop of curly brown hair and eyes that always seem to be searching the stars. She's the kind of kid who'd rather spend hours tinkering with her homemade telescope than scrolling through TikTok. But don't let her quiet vibe fool you. She's got a spark of curiosity that burns brighter than a supernova. In Starfall, where everyone knows everyone, Ava's a bit of an oddball. Her classmates tease her for lugging around a notebook filled with constellation sketches instead of, say, selfies. Stargirl, they call her, half mocking, half jealous. But Ava doesn't care. She's got her eyes on the sky, dreaming of one day becoming an astronomer who discovers a new galaxy. Here's the thing about dreams, though. They can make you do crazy things, like, say, building a contraption to capture a piece of the galaxy veil for a viral Instagram post. That's right. Ava, our starry-eyed dreamer, thought she could bottle a bit of that magic to show the world. She'd spent weeks in her dad's garage, piecing together a gadget from old drone parts and a laser pointer she borrowed from her science teacher. Her plan: point the device at the veil, snap a glowing photo, and maybe, just maybe, get enough likes to prove she's more than Stargirl. Sounds harmless, right? Well, hold that thought. One crisp autumn night, with the veil sparkling like a river of diamonds, Ava sneaks out to the hill behind her house. She sets up her gadget, heart pounding with excitement. The laser hums, the drone whirs, and for a moment, she feels like she's touching the stars. Then, crack, a sound like glass shattering echoes through the night. The veil trembles, its colors fracturing into 1,000 pieces before dissolving into the dark. Ava freezes, her breath caught in her throat. The sky is empty. The galaxy veil, the heartbeat of Starfall, is gone. By morning, the town feels like a different place. The air is heavy, the streets eerily quiet. Farmers stare at wilting crops. Painters toss their brushes aside, and even the kids at school stop joking around. Ava overhears whispers at the diner. No veil, no hope. Her stomach twists. She knows this is her fault. She replays that night in her mind. The laser, the drone, her stupid plan to go viral. She thinks of her mom, who runs the local bakery and always said the veil inspired her best recipes. She thinks of her best friend, Leo, who dreams of being a musician but now sits silently in class. This isn't just about a pretty light show. The veil was Starfall's soul, and Ava broke it. Let's pause for a second. Have you ever messed up so badly you felt like the whole world was crumbling? Maybe you said something you didn't mean or made a choice that hurt someone you care about. That's where Ava is right now, drowning in guilt. It's a feeling we've all had, whether it's bombing a big presentation or forgetting a friend's birthday. In America, we're obsessed with getting things right. Think of all those perfect Instagram feeds or YouTube vlogs that make life look flawless. But real life, it's messy. Ava's story reminds me of a kid I read about in a news article last year. He was 13, from California, and thought he could impress his friends by hacking a school computer. Instead, he crashed the system, delaying exams for a week. Like Ava, he didn't mean to cause chaos, but his mistake had consequences. The difference? That kid owned up to it, just like Ava's about to try. Here's where things get interesting. Ava could have hidden her mistake, buried that gadget in the backyard and pretended nothing happened. But something inside her, maybe that same spark that loves the stars, won't let her stay silent. Late that night, she digs through her mom's old bookshelf and finds a dusty journal, passed down from her great-grandmother. It's filled with stories about the dream angel, a being who lives atop Mount Hope, the tallest peak in Oregon. The journal says the angel can restore the veil, but only if someone proves they're worthy. Ava's heart races. Mount Hope is no joke, rugged, remote, and shrouded in mist. But she knows what she has to do. She grabs her backpack, stuffs it with a flashlight and her constellation notebook, and makes a decision that'll change everything. She's going to climb that mountain and beg the angel to fix her mistake. Before we dive into what happens next, let's talk about what Ava's teaching us already. Mistakes are part of being human, but what matters is what you do after. Hiding from them? That's a one-way ticket to regret. Facing them head on, even when it's scary, is where growth begins. Think about your own life. What's one mistake you wish you'd owned up to sooner? Drop it in the comments. I'd love to hear your story. And if you're rooting for Ava, give this video a thumbs up to send her some love. But here's the thing. Ava's got her work cut out for her. Mount Hope isn't just a hike. It's a beast, with storms that can swallow you whole and paths that twist like a maze. And Ava? She's just a kid with a backpack and a heart full of guilt. Will she even make it to the angel? Or will her journey end before it begins? Stick around, because the climb is about to get wild. But the act of summiting Mount Hope isn't easy. The morning after the veil vanished, Starfall feels like it's holding its breath. The usual buzz, the clatter of coffee cups at the diner, the hum of kids biking to school, is gone. Instead, there's a grayness, like someone draped a heavy blanket over the town. Ava wakes up with a knot in her chest. The kind you get when you know you've done something awful. She tiptoes downstairs, hoping to avoid her mom, who's kneading dough in the bakery kitchen. But the second she sees her mom's tired eyes, Ava's heart sinks. No one's buying today. Her mom sighs, wiping flour off her hands. They say the spark's gone without the veil. Ava wants to confess right then, to spill everything about the drone and the laser. But the words stick in her throat. She mumbles an excuse and bolts out the door, her backpack bouncing against her shoulders. School's no better. The playground, usually a riot of laughter, is quiet. Ava's best friend, Leo, Sitzmol, who's always strumming air guitar and dreaming of being a rock star, sits alone on a bench, staring at his sneakers. Ava tries to talk to him, but he barely looks up. Everything's weird now, he mutters. My dad says the music store might close if things don't pick up. Ava's stomach twists. Leo's dad has been saving up to buy him a real guitar for his birthday. But now that dream feels as distant as the stars. Then there's the Whisper Network. Kids at school are buzzing on group chats, blaming some idiot for ruining everything. A few even point fingers at Ava, the weird star girl who's always messing with science stuff. One cruel message on Instagram stings the most. Bet it was Ava's fault. She's always acting like she's smarter than us. That night, Ava locks herself in her room, the weight of it all pressing down. She pulls out her constellation notebook, usually her safe place. But even the sketches of Orion and Cassiopeia can't comfort her now. She thinks about how guilt feels like a shadow, following her everywhere. It's not just Starfall's crops wilting or the bakery struggling. It's the way people's faces have changed, like they've forgotten how to hope. I bet you've felt something like that before, haven't you? That sinking feeling when you let someone down. Maybe you missed a deadline that tanked a group project, or you snapped at a friend and saw their hurt. It's heavy, right? I read about a woman in Portland a while back who accidentally caused a small wildfire during a camping trip. She'd left a campfire unattended, and it spread, damaging acres of forest. Like Ava, she didn't mean harm, but the guilt was crushing. She ended up volunteering for years to restore the land, turning her mistake into something meaningful. That's the kind of courage Ava's searching for now, even if she doesn't know it yet. As the days pass, the pressure builds. Ava overhears neighbors at the grocery store, their voices low and bitter. Without the veil, we're just another failing town. She sees her mom counting receipts late at night, her brow furrowed. The worst comes when Ava checks her phone and finds a local news article. Starfall's mystery crisis. Has the galaxy veil abandoned us? The comments are brutal. People venting about lost tourism, canceled festivals, and dreams on hold. Ava's eyes blur with tears. She thinks of her great-grandmother's journal, the one she found with stories of the dream angel. It described Mount Hope as a place of redemption, but also danger, a peak where only the worthy could stand before the angel. Ava's not sure she's worthy of anything right now, but she knows hiding won't fix the town. She has to try. Let's talk about that choice for a second. In America, we're taught to chase success, get the likes, win the game, be the best. But what happens when you mess up? Our culture can be tough, quick to judge, like those Instagram comments tearing Ava down. It's easy to freeze, to hope the problem just goes away. Ava could have done that, tossed her gadget in a dumpster and played dumb. But guilt has a way of gnawing at you, doesn't it? It's like a splinter you can't ignore. Ava's starting to realize that owning her mistake, even if it's terrifying, is the only way forward. It reminds me of something we all face, the fear of being seen as a failure. Yet, the people we admire most, like that Portland woman who rebuilt the forest, are the ones who face their messes head on. By the third night, Ava's made up her mind. She sits cross-legged on her bed, the journal open in her lap. The pages are yellowed, inked with her great-grandmother's careful handwriting. The dream angel sees the heart, not the fault. Ava traces the words, her fingers trembling. She thinks of her mom's tired smile, Leo's fading dreams, the town she loves. She can't undo the past, but maybe she can change the future. Quietly, she starts packing. A water bottle, a granola bar, her trusty flashlight, and, because she's still Ava, her constellation notebook. She slips on her sneakers, the ones with glow-in-the-dark stars, and takes a deep breath. Mount Hope is waiting, and so is the dream angel. But this isn't just a hike. It's a chance to prove she's more than her mistake. Before we keep going, let's reflect on what Ava's showing us. Accepting your mistakes isn't about erasing them. It's about taking that first step to make things right. Even when you're scared. It's like apologizing to a friend or admitting you messed up at work. Those moments, they're where you grow. So, tell me in the comments, what's a time you owned up to a mistake? Let's inspire each other. And if Ava's courage is hitting you in the feels, smash that like button to cheer her on. But here's the kicker. Ava's got no idea what's coming. Mount Hope isn't just a mountain. It's a beast with jagged cliffs and storms that can turn day into night. A 12-year-old with a flashlight and a notebook. She's about to face challenges that'll test every ounce of her strength. Will she even reach the angel? Or will the mountain break her first? Stay with me, because things are about to get intense. The trail to Mount Hope starts at the edge of Starfall, where the pine trees thin out and the ground turns rocky. Ava sets out at dawn, her sneakers crunching on gravel, her backpack heavier than she expected. The air is sharp, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant snow. She glances back at the town, its rooftops fading into a gray haze, and feels a pang of longing. What if she fails? What if the angel turns her away? She shakes her head, gripping her flashlight tighter. No turning back now. The path snakes upward, narrow and uneven, with roots twisting like fingers trying to trip her. She's read about hikers getting lost on Mount Hope, their stories whispered in Starfall like ghost tales. But Ava's got her great-grandmother's journal tucked in her bag, its words like a lifeline. The angel sees the heart, not the fault. An hour in, the weather turns. Clouds roll in, thick and dark, swallowing the sun. A cold wind howls, tugging at Ava's jacket. She pulls up her hood, but rain starts to fall. First a drizzle, then a downpour. The trail becomes a muddy slide, and Ava slips, scraping her knee. She winces, her breath hitching. This is harder than she imagined. She thinks of cozy evenings at home, helping her mom frost cupcakes, or laughing with Leo over his terrible air guitar moves. Why did she think she could do this? Then, a rumble of thunder shakes the sky, and lightning cracks, illuminating the jagged cliffs ahead. Ava freezes, her heart pounding. She's alone, soaked, and scared out of her mind. That's when she sees it, a pair of glowing eyes in the mist. Ava gasps, stumbling back, but the eyes don't move. They belong to a snowy owl, its feathers shimmering like moonlight. It perches on a gnarled branch, staring at her with a calm that feels almost human. Ava's read about owls in her constellation notebook. They're symbols of wisdom in stories from Native American tribes to ancient myths. She whispers, "Are you here to help me?" The owl blinks, then spreads its wings and glides down the trail. Pausing to look back, Ava hesitates, then follows. The rain stings her face, but the owl's steady presence gives her a flicker of courage. It leads her to a rocky overhang, a makeshift shelter from the storm. She huddles there, shivering, and watches the owl perch nearby, its eyes like tiny stars. Let's pause and talk about fear. Ever been in a spot where your knees shake and your brain screams, "Run"? Maybe it was a big speech, a tough exam, or even a hike that felt too big. Fear's a bully. It makes you feel small. Ava's feeling that now, but she's also learning something we all need to hear. Courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about moving forward anyway. I think of a teenager from Colorado I read about last year. She was on a solo camping trip, her first, and got caught in a flash flood, terrified. She climbed a tree and waited out the night, singing to keep herself calm. She made it through because she didn't let fear win, like Ava. She found a way to keep going, even when the odds felt stacked against her. As the storm rages, Ava's mind starts playing tricks. She hears voices in the wind, her classmates' taunts, the Instagram comments blaming her for Starfall's gloom. "You're just a kid," they hiss. "You can't fix this." She clutches her notebook, its pages damp but intact, and flips to a sketch of the Big Dipper. Her dad taught her that constellation when she was 6, pointing out its stars on a camping trip. "It's always there," he'd said, "even when you can't see it." Ava traces the lines, her fingers steadying. The owl hoots softly, as if nudging her back to reality. She realizes the voices aren't real. They're her own doubts, amplified by the storm. She takes a deep breath and whispers, "I'm not giving up." The owl tilts its head, then flies off, guiding her deeper into the mountain's heart. The trail grows steeper, the air thinner. Ava's legs ache, and her scraped knee throbs. But she keeps moving, following the owl's ghostly silhouette. She passes a frozen stream, its surface glinting like a mirror, and catches her reflection. A girl who looks smaller than she feels. She thinks of her mom, who always says, "You're stronger than you know." She thinks of Leo, whose dreams are fading with every day the veil stays gone. This climb isn't just for her, it's for them. The owl leads her to a narrow ledge overlooking a chasm, the wind screaming below. Ava's stomach lurches. One wrong step, and she's done. The owl perches ahead, waiting. Ava grips the rock wall, her palms sweaty, and inches forward, whispering her dad's words. It's always there. Step by step, she crosses the ledge, her fear still there, but no longer in charge. By dusk, the storm eases, leaving a sky streaked with purple and gold. Ava collapses on a flat rock, her breath ragged but triumphant. The owl circles above, then vanishes into the twilight, as if its job is done. Ava pulls out her journal, its pages now a map of her resolve. She's not the same girl who left Starfall, hiding from her guilt. She's stronger, even if she doesn't fully know it yet. But Mount Hope has more secrets, and the dream angel is still out of reach. The peak looms above, shrouded in clouds that pulse with an eerie light. Ava's heart races. She's closer than ever, but something tells her the real test is coming. Okay, friends, let's talk about what Ava's showing us. Courage doesn't mean you're fearless. It means you keep going, even when your heart's pounding and the path looks impossible. It's like standing up to a bully or trying again after a failure. What's a moment you pushed through fear? Drop it in the comments. I'd love to hear your stories. And if you're cheering for Ava, give this video a thumbs up to send her some strength. But here's the thing. Ava's not out of the woods yet. She's faced storms and doubts. But the dream angel's lair is near, and it's not exactly rolling out the welcome mat. Will she have what it takes to stand before a celestial guardian and plead her case? The air on Mount Hope's upper slopes is thin, each breath a quiet struggle. Ava trudges forward, her sneakers sinking into patches of snow that glitter under a sky now clear of storm clouds. The peak looms ahead, a jagged silhouette wrapped in a soft, pulsing glow, like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. Ava's legs burn, but her resolve is stronger than ever. She clutches her great-grandmother's journal, its pages a reminder of why she's here, to fix the galaxy veil she broke and bring hope back to Starfall. The owl is gone, its job seemingly done, leaving Ava alone with the crunch of her footsteps and the whisper of wind. She feels small against the vastness of the mountain, but something, maybe the memory of her mom's smile or Leo's fading dreams, pushes her onward. As she nears the summit, the ground levels into a hidden grove, unlike anything Ava's ever seen. Tall, silver trees stretch toward the sky, their leaves shimmering with flecks of light that dance like fireflies. In the center stands a stone archway, carved with symbols that pulse faintly, as if alive. Ava's breath catches. This must be it, the dream angel's sanctuary. She steps forward, her heart pounding, and whispers, "I'm here. Please, I need your help." For a moment, nothing happens. Then, a warm breeze swirls around her, carrying a voice that's both gentle and commanding, like a melody woven into the wind. "Why have you come, child of Starfall?" Ava looks up, and there, hovering above the archway, is the dream angel. The angel is breathtaking, a figure of light and shadow, with wings that shimmer like stained glass, reflecting colors Ava can't name. Their eyes hold the depth of a starry night, kind but piercing, as if they see every secret Ava's ever kept. She stammers, I broke the galaxy veil. It was an accident, but it's my fault. Starfall's dying without it. Please, tell me how to fix it." The angel descends, their presence filling the grove with a warmth that eases Ava's trembling. "The veil is not merely light," they say, their voice echoing softly. "It is the dreams of your people, woven together. You shattered it with a single act. but it can only be restored by many. Ava blinks, confused. The angel gestures, and the air ripples, forming a vision of Starfall, its people, their hopes, their fears, all threads in a tapestry now frayed. Here's where things get deep. The angel explains that the Galaxy Veil isn't just a pretty sky show. It's a living bond, fed by the dreams of every person in Starfall. When Ava's gadget disrupted it, those dreams scattered, leaving the town in despair. To restore the veil, Ava must gather sparks of hope, stories, acts of kindness, and moments of forgiveness from her community. It's not enough for her to say sorry. She has to inspire others to dream again. Ava's stomach knots. She's just a kid, not some motivational speaker. How can she convince a town that's lost faith? The angel's gaze softens. Your heart led you here, they say. Let it lead you home. They hand her a small, glowing orb, no bigger than a marble, that pulses with warmth. This will hold the sparks. Begin with your own. Let's take a moment to unpack this. Dreams are powerful, but they're fragile, aren't they? One mistake can dim them, like Ava's did. But the angel's words hit on something we all know deep down. No dream stands alone. In America, we talk a lot about the American dream, that idea of chasing your own path. But think about it. Every success story, from tech moguls to small-town heroes, involves others, friends, family, communities. I read about a group in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina who rebuilt their neighborhood by sharing resources and stories of hope. One woman started a community garden, not just for food, but to remind people they could grow again. Like Ava, she didn't do it alone. She sparked something bigger. That's what Ava's up against now, turning her solo mission into a shared one. Ava tucks the orb into her pocket, its glow seeping through her fingers. She's awestruck but overwhelmed. The angel's task feels impossible. Starfall's people are angry, hopeless, barely speaking to each other. She thinks of the diner, where neighbors used to swap stories over pie, but now sit in silence. She thinks of Leo, whose guitar dreams are fading. How can she get them to share anything, let alone hope? The angel senses her doubt. Fear is a shadow, they say, but even shadows need light to exist. Find the light in others, and you will find your own. Ava nods, though her mind races. The grove begins to fade, the silver trees dissolving into mist. The angel's voice lingers. Go, child. The veil waits. Ava finds herself back on the mountain, the orb warm against her chest, the path down clearer than before. This moment's a game changer. Friends. Ava came looking for a quick fix, but she's leaving with a mission that's bigger than herself. It's like when you realize fixing a mistake isn't just about you. It's about the people you've hurt, the ones who need you to step up. I've been there, and I bet you have too. Maybe you had to rebuild trust with a friend or rally your team after a flop. What's a time you had to inspire someone else to keep going? Drop it in the comments. Let's share some light. And if Ava's journey is sparking something in you, hit that like button to keep her glowing. But here's the twist. Ava's got a glowing orb and a big task. But Starfall's not exactly rolling out the welcome wagon. Her town's lost in a fog of despair. And convincing them to dream again? That's a challenge bigger than any storm. Ava trudges back into town, her sneakers caked with mountain mud, the orb pulsing softly in her pocket. Starfall looks even bleaker than when she left. The diner's windows are dark, the park swings still, and the usual hum of life feels like a distant memory. Ava's heart sinks, but the angel's words echo in her mind. Find the light in others, and you will find your own. She heads home, slipping through the back door of her mom's bakery. The kitchen smells of cinnamon, but the counters are bare. No fresh pies, no customers. Her mom, elbows deep in paperwork, looks up with a weary smile. "You're back," she says. But her voice carries a heaviness Ava's never heard before. Ava wants to blurt out everything, the angel, the orb, the mission. But she hesitates. How do you ask a whole town to believe in dreams when they're barely holding on? That night, Ava sits on her porch, staring at the empty sky where the galaxy veil once danced. She pulls out the orb, its glow casting shadows on the wooden steps. She thinks of her neighbors, the grumpy farmer who stopped planting, the art teacher who packed away her paints, Leo with his unplayed guitar. The angel said the veil needs stories of hope, kindness, and forgiveness. But where to start? Ava flips through her constellation notebook, landing on a page about the Pleiades, a star cluster her dad called Sisters Who Shine Together. An idea sparks. What if she brings Starfall together, like those stars, to share their stories? A gathering, maybe in the town square, where everyone can remember what they're fighting for. It's a long shot, but it's all she's got. The next morning, Ava gets to work. She borrows her mom's old megaphone from the bakery's storage and marches to the town square, a patchy lawn framed by flickering streetlights. Her hands shake as she climbs onto a wooden bench, the orb warm against her chest. "Hey, Starfall!" she shouts, her voice cracking. A few heads turn. Old Mr. Jenkins from the hardware store. A couple of kids on scooters. "I know things are bad," Ava continues. "But we can fix it. The galaxy veil isn't gone forever. If we share our dreams, our stories, we can bring it back." Silence. Then a scoff from the crowd. "Go home, kid," someone mutters. Ava's cheeks burn. She's about to step down when Leo appears, his hoodie slung over one shoulder. "Let her talk," he says, quiet but firm. It's enough to keep her going. Ava spends the day rallying support, knocking on doors and handing out flyers she scribbled by hand. Starfall Dream Night. Share your spark. Most folks slam their doors, but a few listen. Her art teacher, Miss Clara, who misses painting murals, the librarian who dreams of a new community center. By evening, a small crowd gathers in the square, lit by lanterns and a crackling bonfire. Ava's nervous, but she steps up, megaphone in hand. "The veil is made of us," she says, her voice steadier now. "Every dream, every kind act, it's all part of it. I messed up, and I'm sorry, but I need your help to make it right." She holds up the orb, its glow brighter now, and shares her own spark, her dream of becoming an astronomer, inspired by her dad's stargazing lessons. The crowd murmurs, some nodding, others skeptical. Here's where it gets real. Ava's not just asking for stories. She's asking people to trust again, to believe in something bigger. It's like trying to rebuild a community after a crisis. I think of a small town in Texas I read about, hit hard by a tornado a few years back. One woman, a local baker, started a weekly potluck to bring folks together. At first, only a handful showed up, but those shared meals, stories swapped over cornbread and chili, helped the town heal. That's what Ava's aiming for. But she's hitting walls. Some folks, like Mr. Jenkins, refuse to join, bitter about lost crops. Others, like a group of teens, mock her efforts on social media, posting memes about Stargirl's dumb party. Ava's confidence wavers. What if she's not enough? Then comes the turning point. Ava's ready to give up, sitting by the fire as the crowd thins. Leo sits beside her, strumming a few chords on an old guitar he borrowed. "You're not wrong," he says. "People are just scared." Ava looks at him, then at the orb, its light flickering like it's waiting. She realizes she's been holding back, afraid to fully own her mistake. Taking a deep breath, she grabs the megaphone again. "I broke the veil," she admits, her voice carrying across the square. "I was trying to be someone I'm not, and I hurt us all, but I climbed a mountain to fix it, and I'm asking you to try with me." She tells them about the angel, the orb, and the sparks they need. Her honesty shifts something. Miss Clara steps forward, sharing her dream of painting a mural to brighten the town. A farmer talks about his hope for a better harvest. One by one, stories flow, small, brave sparks of hope. The orb glows brighter with each tale, its light spilling across the square. Leo plays a soft melody, and kids start dancing around the fire. Ava's mom arrives, her eyes misty, and shares her dream of keeping the bakery alive for Starfall's kids. The air hums with energy, like the town's waking up. Ava holds the orb aloft, and a faint ribbon of light arcs across the sky, the galaxy veil, flickering back to life. The crowd gasps, some cheering, others crying. Ava's heart soars, but she knows it's not over. The veil's return is fragile, needing every spark Starfall can give. She's lit the fire, but can she keep it burning? Let's talk about what's happening here. Ava's learning that one person can start a movement, but it takes everyone to make it real. It's like those moments when communities come together after a disaster, a loss, or even just to save a local landmark. The power of collective action. It's unstoppable. What's a time you saw your community rally for something bigger? Share it in the comments. I'd love to hear. And if Ava's spark is lighting you up, give this video a thumbs up to keep the fire going. But here's the edge of the cliff. The veil's back, but it's weak, like a candle in the wind. Starfall's given a piece of their heart, but not everyone's on board, and time's running out. The morning after the dream night, Starfall buzzes with a cautious energy. The faint ribbon of the galaxy veil lingers in the dawn sky, a delicate thread weaving through the clouds. Ava wakes early, her heart a mix of hope and nerves. The orb in her pocket hums, brighter than ever, but she knows the veil needs more. Every spark, every dream, every heart in Starfall. She heads to the town square, where embers from last night's bonfire still smolder. A small group is already there. Miss Clara, sketching mural ideas on a notepad. Leo, tuning his borrowed guitar. Her mom, setting out trays of fresh muffins. But Ava notices who's missing. Folks like Mr. Jenkins, the farmer who scoffed at her. and the teens who mocked her online. Without them, the veil won't hold. Ava climbs onto the same bench from last night, her megaphone clutched tight. She's not the scared kid who stumbled over her words anymore. Starfall, we're so close. She calls, her voice clear and strong. The veil's back, but it needs all of us. Every story, every dream. It matters. A few nod, but others hesitate, their faces etched with doubt. Ava's stomach twists. She thinks of the angel's words. Your heart led you here. She has to reach the holdouts, the ones too hurt or angry to believe. She spots Mr. Jenkins at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, his weathered hat pulled low. Ava jumps down and walks straight to him, ignoring the whispers around her. Mr. Jenkins, she says softly, I know you're mad. I messed up. But your farm, your family, they're part of this too. What's your dream? Mr. Jenkins snorts, but his eyes soften. Used to dream of my grandkids working the land, he mutters, but with no crops. What's the point? Ava pulls out the orb, its glow warm against her palm. Tell them that, she says. It's not too late. Something shifts. Mr. Jenkins steps forward, his voice gruff but steady, sharing his hope for a harvest that could bring his family back together. The orb pulses, and the veil above flickers brighter. Ava's heart leaps. She turns to the crowd, spotting the teens who'd posted those cruel memes. You too, she says, bold now. What do you want for Starfall? One girl, Mia, shrugs but speaks up. I want a place where we're not bored, where kids like us can do something. Another spark, another pulse of light. The square fills as more join in. The librarian shares her vision for a community center with free books and classes. A barista dreams of a music festival to draw tourists back. Each story adds a thread to the veil, its colors growing vivid, blues, golds, purples swirling like a living painting. Ava's mom steps up, her voice trembling but proud. I dream of baking for a town that smiles again, she says. And I'm so proud of my girl for reminding us how. The crowd cheers, and Ava blushes, the orb now blazing in her hands. Leo strums a triumphant chord, and kids start clapping, their laughter echoing like a long-lost song. Even the teens join in, Mia shyly adding a dance move that makes everyone chuckle. As night falls, the square is alive, people sharing food, stories, plans for Starfall's future. Ava stands at the center, the orb radiant. She raises it high, and the galaxy veil explodes into full glory, a river of light that stretches from horizon to horizon, brighter than ever. The crowd gasps, some hugging, others staring in awe. Ava feels a warmth behind her and turns to see the dream angel, their wings a soft shimmer in the firelight. You've done well, keeper of dreams, they say, their voice like a lullaby. This veil is yours to guard, woven from the hearts of your people. Ava blinks. Stunned, keeper of dreams? The angel smiles. Lead them to dream boldly, always. They fade into the light, leaving Ava with a new weight and a new purpose. This moment's everything. Friends, Ava didn't just fix a mistake. She brought a town back to life. It reminds me of a story from Detroit, where a young artist transformed a rundown block into a vibrant art hub. She started with one mural, then rallied neighbors to paint more, turning blight into beauty. Like Ava, she wasn't a big shot, just someone who believed in possibility. That's what Starfall's learning, and what we can too. Our mistakes don't define us, but our courage to repair them does. Have you ever turned a tough moment into something beautiful? Share it in the comments. I'd love to hear your spark. And if Ava's journeys got you inspired, give this video a thumbs up to keep the light shining. Starfall's changed forever. The diner's bustling again. Miss Clara's mural brightens the square, and Leo's practicing for a music festival. Ava's no longer Stargirl the oddball. She's a leader, sketching constellations with a new confidence. She knows the Veil's strength depends on Starfall's dreams, and she's ready to keep them alive. But her story's just one light in a vast sky. What other dreams are waiting to shine? Stick around, because our next tale's about a boy who changed a city with a single song. You won't want to miss it. Now, let's wrap this up with all the feels. Ava's journey started with a mistake. A kid chasing a fleeting moment of fame, only to break her town's heart. But look at her now, a keeper of dreams. Proof that even our biggest mess-ups can lead to something extraordinary. She climbed a mountain, faced her fears, and rallied a community, showing us that no one's too small to make a difference. Mistakes? They're not the end. They're the start of who we become. In America, we love stories of second chances. From small-town heroes to everyday folks rebuilding after a fall. Ava's tale reminds us that hope isn't a solo act. It's a chorus, stronger when we sing together. Here's a line to carry with you. The stars don't shine alone, and neither do we. Let that sink in. If Ava's story touched you, drop a 1 in the comments to let me know you loved it. Share your own dreams or a time you found light in the dark. I read every word. Hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Together, let's keep dreaming big, just like Ava. See you in the stars, friends. Story: The Gabberlunzy Man. The village of Thornwick lay nestled in a misty valley, its thatched cottages huddled against the rolling hills like sheep in a storm. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, the sky often gray as if the clouds themselves were loath to leave. It was a place of hard-won survival where the folk toiled in muddy fields and shared what little they reaped. Barley turnips, a few lean pigs, yet above the village loomed the manor house, its stone walls cold and unyielding home to Widow Grimsby, whose greed cast a shadow darker than any cloud. Her wealth hoarded from rents and tithes glittered behind locked doors, while the villagers scraped by their hands, roughed their hopes thin. Into this world came the Gabberlunzy Man, a stranger in rags, his arrival as quiet as the mist, but as sharp as a blade. He appeared on a chill autumn morning, his figure limping along the rutted path that wound through Thornwick's fields. His cloak was patched, his boots worn to threads, his face half hidden by a hood that sagged under its own weight. A gnarled staff tapped the ground, and a sack slung over his shoulder clinked faintly as if holding more than crusts. Yet there was a grace to him, a steadiness in his step that belied his beggar's guise, and his eyes gray as the valley's mist missed nothing. The villagers watched him wary but curious, their whispers trailing like smoke. Another vagrant muttered, "Old Tom the baker wiping flour from his hands. He'll be gone by dusk, mark my words. But the Gabberlunzy man did not pass through. He lingered, his voice soft but clear, asking for bread, a corner to sleep, a sip of ale. Most turned him away, their doors barred, their eyes hard with suspicion. No scraps for idlers snapped, Goody Harrow shooing him from her stoop. We've barely enough for ourselves. Others were kinder but cautious, offering a crust or a nod before hurrying inside. The manor house, its windows dark, gave no answer at all. Widow Grimsby's servants slamming the gate in his face. Yet the beggar's expression never faltered, his gaze weighing each response as if tallying a score only he could read. Rose saw him first at the village well, where she hauled water for the manor under Grimsby's watchful eye. At 17, she was an orphan, her parents lost to fever years ago, her life bound to the widow's service. Her hands were chapped, her dress patched, but her eyes held a spark of kindness that hardship hadn't snuffed. She was slight, her auburn hair tucked under a worn cap, her movements quick to avoid Grimsby's sharp tongue or sharper switch. As she filled her bucket, the Gabberlunzy man approached his staff, tapping his voice low. A drop of water, lass, for a weary soul, he asked, his tone warm, his eyes meeting hers with a clarity that made her pause. She glanced at the manor where Grimsby's silhouette loomed in a window, then back at the beggar. "I've no water to spare," she said, her voice soft, "but take this." She pulled a heel of bread from her apron, her own supper, and pressed it into his hand. "It's not much, but it's honest." The Gabberlunzy man's fingers closed around it, his touch light, his eyes searching her face, as if seeing beyond her rags. "Honest is more than most," he said, a faint smile curling his lips. "What's your name, lass?" "Rose," she replied, her cheeks flushing, her eyes darting to the manor again. "But I must go. The widow, she doesn't like dawdling." She turned, bucket sloshing, but his voice stopped her. "Rose," he said the word like a note struck true. "There's treasure in honest hearts and in places folk forget. Keep your eyes open, lass. You never know what's hidden." His tone was cryptic, his gaze steady, and Rose felt a shiver, not of fear, but of something else, hope perhaps, or a promise she couldn't name. She nodded, hurrying back to the manor, the beggar's words echoing in her mind. Widow Grimsby was waiting, her face sharp as a hawk's, her black dress rustling like dry leaves. What was that? She snapped her switch, tapping her palm, her eyes narrowing as Rose set the bucket down. "Consorting with beggars, wasting my time." Rose shook her head, her voice low, but Grimsby's hand lashed out the switch, stinging her arm. "Work, girl, or you'll sleep in the barn with the rats." Rose bit her lip, her eyes down, and scurried to the kitchen, her thoughts on the beggar. His words a spark in the dark of her life. The Gabberlunzy man made camp at the village's edge under a gnarled oak by the stream, his fire small but steady. He ate Rose's bread, his eyes on the manor, its lights cold and distant. The villagers passed, some tossing a coin, others a curse, but he watched them all, his staff leaning against the tree, his sack at his side. To them he was a vagrant, a nuisance. But beneath the rags was Sir Alaric, a knight of a fallen order sworn to test the hearts of men. Thornwick was his trial, its folk his measure, and Rose with her honest bread had lit a path he hadn't expected. The manor held a secret, a treasure lost to time, and he knew its key lay in her kindness, her courage, her spark. That night, as the village slept, the Gabberlunzy man sat by his fire, his hood pushed back, his face sharp in the flickering light. He traced a pattern in the dirt spirals like those carved in the manor's oldest stones, a clue to the treasure he'd come to find. The widow's greed was a wall, her cruelty a blade, but Rose was a door, and he'd guide her to open it. Yet Grimsby's eyes had followed him, her suspicion a shadow that grew with each passing hour. He felt it as he felt the valley's mist, and knew the test would be no simple game. Rose lay awake in the manor's attic, her straw pallet hard, the switch's sting a dull ache. The beggar's words turned in her mind, treasure in honest hearts in places folk forget. The manor was old, its walls thick with dust, its rooms locked and forgotten. Grimsby hoarded gold. But the beggar spoke of something else, something hidden, something true. She thought of her parents, their stories of a lord who'd built the manor, a man who valued kindness over coin. Could it be real? Could a treasure change her life, free her from Grimsby's grip? The thought was a risk, a flame that could burn her, but it warmed her too, a hope she hadn't dared hold. The next day, the Gabberlunzy man returned his staff, tapping his voice, calling for alms. The villagers shooed him. Grimsby's servants sneered, but Rose, sweeping the manor's steps, slipped him another crust, her eyes bright with questions. "What did you mean?" she whispered, glancing at the windows. "About treasure." He leaned close, his voice a murmur, his eyes gleaming. "There's wealth in that house, lass, older than the widow's greed, a lord's gift hidden for those who see with their heart. Look for the spiral rose. It's the key." He stepped back, his smile faint, and limped away, leaving her with a riddle and a choice. Grimsby watched from the shadows, her fingers tight on her switch, her eyes cold as iron. The beggar was trouble his words, a threat his presence, a crack in her control. She'd deal with him and the girl too if they dared cross her. The manor was hers, its secrets hers, and no rag-clad vagrant would change that. The valley's mist thickened, the village held its breath, and the Gabberlunzy man's test began its stakes higher than anyone knew. The mist clung to Thornwick like a shroud curling through the village's narrow lanes, softening the edges of its thatched cottages and muffling the clatter of daily life. The valley seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the subtle shift. The Gabberlunzy man had brought a stranger in rags, whose presence stirred both hope and suspicion. His fire by the stream burned low, but steady a beacon at the village's edge, where he sat with his staff and sack his gray eyes, watching the folk of Thornwick with a patience that belied his beggar's guise. To them he was a vagrant, a nuisance to be ignored or pitied. But beneath the patched cloak was Sir Alaric, a knight testing the village's heart. And Rose, the orphan girl with a spark of kindness, had become the key to his quest. Rose moved through her days in the manor house with a new weight in her chest, the Gabberlunzy man's words echoing like a half-remembered song. "There's wealth in that house, lass, older than the widow's greed, Look for the spiral. The riddle was a flame warming her against Widow Grimsby's cruelty, but threatening to burn if she dared act. Her life was a treadmill of chores, scrubbing floors, hauling wood, enduring the widow's switch for the smallest misstep. But now each task was colored by possibility. The manor was vast, its upper rooms locked its cellars dusty, and Rose's mind turned to the spiral, a shape she'd seen somewhere, though she couldn't place it. Was it real, this treasure? Or was the beggar's tale a trick, a dream to torment her? The Gabberlunzy man continued his rounds, his staff tapping the muddy paths, his voice calling for alms with a humility that masked his purpose. He begged at every door, his eyes, noting who shared and who turned away. Old Tom the baker gave a stale loaf, his grumble softened by pity. Goody Harrow tossed a bruised apple, her scowl sharp but her hand quick. The blacksmith, broad and silent, offered a corner of his forge to warm the beggar's bones. His nod, a rare kindness, yet most doors stayed shut, their bolts drawn, their owners wary of a stranger who lingered too long. The Gabberlunzy man smiled at each response, his tally growing his heart heavy with the village's mixed measure. Widow Grimsby watched him from the manor's high windows, her black dress a shadow against the glass, her fingers tight on her switch. She'd seen him with Rose, heard whispers of his tales, and her suspicion festered like a wound. Beggars were pests easily swatted, but this one was different, his eyes too sharp, his words too clever. He's no common vagrant, she muttered to her steward, a weaselly man named Hodge, who nodded, his own eyes darting. He's sniffing for something stirring trouble. Keep watch, Hodge. If he steps out of line, I'll have him whipped from the valley. Hodge scurried off, his cloak flapping, and Grimsby's gaze returned to the village, her greed a wall that no beggar would breach. Rose saw the Gabberlunzy man again at the market square, where villagers bartered turnips and wool under a drizzle that turned the ground to mud. She carried a basket of Grimsby's laundry, her arms aching, her cap sodden, but her eyes brightened when she spotted him leaning against a cart, his hood low. She slipped through the crowd, her steps quick, and offered a carrot from her pocket stolen from the manor's kitchen. For you, she whispered, her voice low, her glance flicking to Hodge, who loitered nearby, his eyes narrow. The Gabberlunzy man took the carrot, his fingers brushing hers, his smile faint but warm. You're generous, Rose, he said, his voice a murmur that cut through the market's din. More than most, he leaned closer, his eyes locking onto hers, their gray depths holding a spark of something, wisdom perhaps, or mischief. Did you think on what I said? The spiral, the treasure. Rose's breath caught her heart pounding. I did, she said, her voice barely audible. But it's dangerous. The widow, she watches everything. If I'm caught, she trailed off, the switch's sting, a memory that burned her arm, yet the riddle pulled at her a thread she couldn't cut. Is it real, this treasure? Or are you just telling tales? He chuckled, a low sound that warmed the air. Oh, it's real, lass, hidden by a lord who knew the worth of a kind heart. In the manor behind stone and shadow, there's a chest older than Grimsby's greed. The spiral's the key, find it, and you'll find the way. He paused, his gaze softening. But it's not just gold, Rose. It's freedom for you, for Thornwick. The question is, do you dare? Rose swallowed her hands, tightening on the basket, her mind a storm of fear and hope. Freedom from Grimsby's cruelty, from the manor's chains, was a dream she'd buried long ago. Yet the beggar's words, his certainty, rekindled it, a flame that flickered against her caution. "I'll look," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "But I need time. And if she catches me—" "She won't," he said, his tone sharp, his eyes flicking to Hodge, who edged closer, his ears straining. "You're cleverer than she knows. Watch for the spiral rose. It's closer than you think." He stepped back, his staff tapping, and melted into the crowd, leaving her with a riddle and a choice that felt like a weight on her soul. Hodge reported to Grimsby, his voice a whine, his words spilling like coins. "He's talking to the girl mistress, whispering about treasure spirals. Nonsense. He's trouble." I say. Grimsby's lips thinned, her switch tapping her palm, her mind turning treasure in her manner. The idea was absurd, but her greed stirred a hunger that clouded her scorn. If there was wealth, it was hers by right, and no beggar or servant girl would claim it. "Follow him." She snapped her eyes cold. "And watch, Rose. If they're plotting, I'll have their hides." Rose returned to the manor, her chores a blur, her thoughts on the spiral. She scrubbed floors, her eyes scanning the walls, the hearths, the tapestries faded with age. The manor was a maze of locked doors and forgotten corners, its history buried under Grimsby's rule. She remembered her parents' stories, a lord who'd built the house, a man who hid his wealth to protect it from greed. Could it be true? She paused by a tapestry in the great hall, its threads depicting nights and forests, and noticed a detail, a spiral woven in gold, small but deliberate, near a stone that seemed out of place. Her heart leapt, but Hodge's footsteps echoed, and she hurried on her secret, a spark she guarded close. The Gabberlunzy man camped by his oak felt the village's pulse. His tally nearly complete, Thornwick was a mix of good and ill-kind hearts, like Rose the blacksmith, old Tom, but too many closed doors, too much fear. The manor's treasure was real, a chest of gold and jewels hidden by a lord whose name was dust, its key, a test of virtue. Rose was the one to find it, her kindness the spark, but Grimsby's shadow loomed her suspicion, a blade that could cut them both. He sharpened his staff's hidden edge, a blade disguised as wood, a night's secret, and planned his next move. His eyes on the manor, its lights cold but calling. Rose lay awake that night, her attic palate hard, the manor's silence oppressive. The spiral haunted her, a clue to a treasure that could change everything. But Grimsby's switch, Hodge's eyes, the locked doors, they were walls she'd never breached. The Gabberlunzy man's faith in her was a gift, but also a burden, a dare to be more than a servant, more than her fear. She clutched her apron, the carrot's absence, a small rebellion, and made her choice. She'd search spiral or no, and trust the beggar's riddle. The manor held secrets, and Rose with her honest heart would find them or fall trying. Grimsby in her chamber counted her coins, her fingers tracing gold that never warmed her. The beggar's words relayed by Hodge gnawed at her treasure spirals, a lord's gift. She scoffed, but her greed whispered, urging her to search to claim what was hers. She'd watch Rose trap the beggar and ensure the manor's wealth stayed locked in her grasp. The mist thickened outside the village, slept, and the Gabberlunzy man's test deepened its stakes. a fire that would soon consume Thornwick. The village of Thornwick slept under a blanket of mist, its cottages dark, its lanes silent, save for the occasional creak of a shutter in the night's breeze. The manor house stood apart, its stone walls looming over the valley, a fortress of greed where Widow Grimsby hoarded her gold and her secrets. Inside Rose moved like a shadow, her bare feet silent on the cold floors, her heart pounding as she followed the Gabberlunzy man's riddle. The spiral she'd seen in the tapestry, a golden thread woven into the great hall's faded cloth, was her guide, a clue to a treasure that promised freedom from Grimsby's cruelty. The Gabberlunzy man, with his cryptic words and knowing eyes, had lit a spark in her. But the manor was a labyrinth of danger, and every step risked the widow's wrath. Rose had waited until the household slept, the servants snoring in their quarters. Grimsby's chamber locked her steward. Hodge slumped by the kitchen fire. The manor was vast, its corridors dim, its air thick with dust and the weight of forgotten years. She carried a single candle, its flame trembling, casting shadows that danced like specters on the walls. The great hall was her destination, its tapestry, a map to the spiral to the treasure. The Gabberlunzy man swore was real. Her apron held a stolen key filched from Hodge's belt during a moment of distraction, its iron heavy with possibility. Fear gnawed at her Grimsby's switch, Hodge's spying the locked doors, but the beggar's faith in her was a shield urging her forward. The hall was silent, its high ceiling lost in shadow, its long table bare, save for a single candelabrum unlit and cold. The tapestry hung on the far wall, its threads faded but intricate, depicting knights and forests, a lord's tale woven in wool and gold. Rose raised her candle, her breath shallow, and found the spiral a small deliberate curl near the tapestry's edge, its gold thread catching the light like a star. Below it, a stone in the wall sat slightly askew, its mortar crumbling as if beckoning her touch. She hesitated, her hand trembling the key, a weight in her pocket. Look for the spiral, Rose. It's the key. The Gabberlunzy man's voice echoed in her mind, steadying her, and she pressed the stone. Her fingers cold against its surface. A low click sounded, and the stone shifted, revealing a narrow seam in the wall. Rose's heart leapt, her candle flickering as she pushed the seam, widening into a hidden door, its hinges silent despite their age. Beyond was a passage narrow and damp, its air cool, its walls etched with faint spirals that seemed to glow in the candlelight. She stepped inside the door, closing behind her, the manor's weight pressing down. The passage sloped downward, its floor uneven, its silence oppressive. Rose clutched the key, her only weapon, and moved forward, the spiral's promise, a fire in her chest. She didn't hear the soft tread behind her, the shadow that followed, but the Gabberlunzy man was there, his ragged cloak blending with the dark, his staff silent as he trailed her. Sir Alaric Knight beneath the rags had watched the manor from his camp, his eyes sharp for Rose's courage, his plan unfolding. He'd known she'd act tonight, her spark too bright to dim, and he'd slipped through a servant's door, his skills honed by years of stealth. The treasure was real, a lord's legacy hidden for the pure of heart, and Rose was its finder. But Grimsby's suspicion was a blade, and Alaric would not let it cut her. The passage ended in a small chamber, its walls rough, its ceiling low, a single spiral carved above a stone slab. Rose set her candle down, its light revealing a chest iron-bound, its wood dark with age, its lock rusted but intact. Her breath caught her hands trembling as she knelt the key, fitting the lock with a click that echoed like fate. The lid creaked open and gold spilled forth. Coins, jewels, a chalice etched with spirals glinting in the candle's glow. It was more than wealth. It was a lord's dream, a gift for those who valued kindness over greed. Rose's eyes filled with tears, her fingers brushing a ruby, her mind racing with visions of freedom of Thornwick reborn. A soft sound broke her reverie, a tap like a staff on stone. She turned her candle flaring and saw the Gabberlunzy man, his hood low, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "Well done, Rose," he said, his voice warm, his smile faint but proud. "You found it as I knew you would." Rose gasped, her hand clutching the key, her fear easing at his presence. "How did you—" she began. But he raised a hand, his gaze flicking to the passage, his ears catching a creak that wasn't stone. "No time, lass," he said, his tone sharp but calm. "The treasure's yours to claim, but we're not alone." He moved to the chest, his fingers tracing its lock, revealing a hidden mechanism, a trap disarmed with a twist that spoke of skills no beggar should have. Rose's eyes widened, questions forming, but a louder creak echoed, followed by a voice sharp and venomous. Thieves' widow Grimsby stood at the passage's mouth, her black dress a shadow, her switch traded for a knife that gleamed in the candlelight. Her face was a mask of fury, her eyes burning with greed and betrayal. "You thought to rob me, girl, and you beggar stirring her to this." She stepped forward, the knife raised, her voice a hiss. "This is my house, my gold, and I'll have your blood for it." Rose froze, her heart hammering the chest's glow, a beacon that now felt like a trap. But the Gabberlunzy man moved swift and sure, his ragged cloak swirling as he stepped between Rose and Grimsby. "No blood tonight, widow," he said, his voice low, his staff raised like a shield. Grimsby lunged, her knife slashing, but he twisted the cloak, tangling her arm, the staff striking her wrist with a crack. The knife clattered to the floor, and Grimsby stumbled, her scream a mix of pain and rage. "Run, Rose," he shouted, his eyes on Grimsby, who clawed at the cloak, her greed outweighing her pain. Rose grabbed the chalice, its weight a promise, and bolted for the passage. Her candle snuffed the spirals, guiding her in the dark. The Gabberlunzy man followed, his staff blocking Grimsby's path, his voice a taunt. "The treasure's not yours, widow. It never was." Grimsby's curse echoed. "You'll pay for this, beggar." But she slipped past her dress, tearing her eyes wild as she vanished into the manor's maze. Her vow of revenge a poison in the air. Rose emerged in the great hall, her breath ragged, the chalice clutched tight, the Gabberlunzy man at her heels. The manor was still Hodge, snoring, the servants asleep, but the night felt alive, the tapestry's spiral a silent witness. What now? Rose whispered, her voice trembling, the treasure's reality, a weight she hadn't expected. Now the Gabberlunzy man said, his eyes sharp, his cloak settling, "We show Thornwick the truth. This gold's for the village, for those who share like you. But Grimsby's not done, lass. She'll come for us, and we must be ready." He guided her to the manor's door, his staff tapping his ragged form a shield against the dark. The chest remained below, its secret safe for now. But Grimsby's curse lingered, a shadow that followed them into the night. The village slept unaware of the treasure, the battle, the test that had shifted Thornwick's fate. Rose clutched the chalice, her heart a storm of fear and hope, the Gabberlunzy man's riddle now, a truth she couldn't unsee. He was more than a beggar, his skills a hint of something greater. But his eyes held her trust, a promise that this was only the beginning. The manor stood behind them, its lights cold, its mistress plotting, and the valley's mist swirled a veil over the secrets yet to come. The dawn broke over Thornwick with a hesitant light, the mist parting to reveal a village transformed by a single night's work. The manor's hidden treasure, a chest of gold jewels and a chalice etched with spirals, had been revealed. Its discovery a spark that lit the valley with hope. Rose, the orphan servant who dared to follow the Gabberlunzy man's riddle, stood in the village square. The chalice in her hands, its glow a beacon for the gathered folk. The Gabberlunzy man still cloaked in rags, his staff a quiet presence, declared the treasure for Thornwick's poor, with Rose as its steward. The villagers cheered, their weathered faces alight. Old Tom the baker, the blacksmith, Goody Harrow, their hands reaching for her, their voices a chorus of gratitude. But Widow Grimsby's curse, "You'll pay for this beggar," hung over the moment like a storm cloud, her escape into the manor's shadows, a promise of vengeance that chilled Rose's heart. The square buzzed with life, the treasure's tale spreading like wildfire. The Gabberlunzy man had guided Rose to the manor's secret chamber, outwitted Grimsby's knife, and ensured the chest's wealth would feed the hungry clothed, the cold rebuild the broken. "It's the Lord's gift," he said, his voice carrying over the crowd, his gray eyes sharp, hidden for those who share, who give. When they've little themselves, Rose found it, and she'll guard it for you all. The villagers roared, lifting Rose onto their shoulders. Her auburn hair loose, her eyes wide with a mix of pride and fear. She clutched the chalice, its weight a reminder of the risk, of Grimsby's fury, of the beggar's secrets she hadn't yet unraveled. Rose felt the Gabberlunzy man's gaze steady, and knowing as if he saw the questions in her heart. His skill in the chamber, the disarmed trap, the swift deflection of Grimsby's knife spoke of more than a beggar's cunning. Who was he, this man in rags who moved like a knight, who knew the manor's secrets? She wanted to ask, to demand the truth, but the crowd's joy drowned her thoughts, and the manor loomed beyond its windows, dark its mistress plotting. The Gabberlunzy man leaned close, his voice a murmur. "Stay sharp, lass. The widow's not one to forgive. She'll strike." And soon Rose knotted her throat tight, the chalice, a shield she wasn't sure she could wield. Widow Grimsby, humiliated and enraged, had fled the manor's hidden chamber. Her knife lost her wrist, bruised by the beggar's staff. She hid in her private quarters. The door barred her gold, counted and recounted its glitter. No comfort against the treasure she'd failed to claim. The village's cheers reached her, a taunt that stoked her fury, and her greed turned to something darker. A hunger for revenge that burned hotter than coin. "They think they've won," she hissed, her fingers clawing at a velvet pouch, her eyes wild. "That beggar, that girl, they'll rue this day. She knew the manor's wealth was hers by right, and no riddle-spouting vagrant would strip it from her grasp. Grimsby's steward Hodge trembled as she summoned him, his weaselly face pale, his hands wringing. Find the hedge witch, she ordered, tossing him her last silver coins, their clink a promise of pain if he failed, in the woods by the black oak. Tell her I need a charm, something to curse that beggar and his wretched girl go. Hodge scurried off his cloak, flapping the valley's mist, swallowing him as he sought the witch whose name was whispered in fear. A woman of old magic, her spells as sharp as thorns. Rose, now free of the manor's service, took shelter with old Tom, his bakery a warm haven of flour and fire. The villagers rallied, bringing tools, food plans to share the treasure, new roofs, a mill, a school for the children. Rose's heart swelled, her fear tempered by their trust. But the Gabberlunzy man's warning lingered, and strange signs began to appear. A field near the manor wilted its barley, blackening overnight. An eerie light flickered in the woods at dusk, green and cold gone when approached. The chalice kept in Tom's locked chest seemed to hum faintly. Its spirals warm to the touch, Rose confided in the Gabberlunzy man. Her voice low as they met by the stream, his camp, a flicker of light in the dark. Something's wrong, she said, her hands twisting her apron, her eyes on the manor's distant silhouette. The village feels heavy, like it's waiting. Is it Grimsby or the treasure? She paused, her gaze sharpening. And you, who are you really? You're no beggar, not with what you did in there. The Gabberlunzy man's smile was faint, his eyes glinting under his hood. Sharp as ever, Rose. He said, his voice warm but guarded. I'm a wanderer seeking what's true in folks' hearts. The manor's treasure was a test, and you passed it. As for Grimsby, he leaned on his staff, his gaze darkening. She's not done. I feel it too. The air's sour, the shadows too long. She's meddling with things she shouldn't, and we'll need to face her. He didn't answer her question, his silence a wall, but his hand brushed her shoulder, a gesture of trust that eased her doubt. Hodge returned that night, his face ashen, his cloak torn from brambles. He carried a small bone-white charm, its surface etched with runes that seemed to writhe in the candlelight. Grimsby seized it, her lips curling, her voice a chant as she followed the hedge witch's instructions. The charm was a curse woven from old magic meant to summon wraiths, shadows of greed and spite to hunt the beggar and Rose. They'll choke on their victory, she whispered, her fingers crushing the charm, its runes flaring green. The manor trembled, a wind howling through its halls, and Grimsby laughed her greed, a fire that consumed her caution. The curse's effects spread subtle at first. The village's wells grew bitter, their water tasting of ash. Crows gathered on the manor's roof, their cries sharp, their eyes too. Knowing Rose woke to nightmares of spirals that bled, her hands shaking as she held the chalice, its hum louder, its warmth a warning. She sought the Gabberlunzy man, finding him by his oak, his fire low, his staff sharpened at its hidden edge. It's her, she said, her voice trembling. Grimsby's doing this. I can feel it. He nodded, his face grim, his rags no longer hiding the strength in his frame. Aye, lass, she's dipped into dark waters called things no mortal should. The treasure's light stirred her, but her greeds twisted it. He stood his staff, a weapon, now his voice steady. We'll face her, Rose, but you must trust me. The village needs you, and I'll not let her harm you. His words were a vow, but his silence about his past was a shadow. And Rose felt it a question she couldn't ask. The village rallied unaware of the curse's full weight. Old Tom baked bread for the poor, the blacksmith forged tools. Goody Harrow shared her wool, their kindness a tide that lifted Thornwick. But the signs grew spoiled milk, flickering lights, a child's fever that no herb could break. Rose worked with the villagers, her hands busy, her heart heavy. The chalice, a symbol of hope and danger. The Gabberlunzy man watched his camp of vigil, his eyes on the manor where Grimsby's windows glowed green. Her charm's power building like a storm. One night, as the moon hid behind clouds, the curse struck. Shadows moved in the woods, not hubyas but wraiths. Formless cold, their eyes like Grimsby's greed, they drifted toward the village, their whispers a hiss of spite drawn to Rose and the beggar Turpie. The blacksmith's dog barked, his hackles raised, alerting the folk. Rose clutched the chalice, its hum a pulse, and ran to the Gabberlunzy man, her fear a blade. It's happening! She gasped, the wraith's chill seeping through the mist. He stood, his cloak falling, his staff gleaming with a hidden blade's edge. Stay close, lass, he said, his voice a knight's command, his eyes burning with purpose. Grimsby's called her doom, and we'll end it. The village woke, torches flaring, the folk gathering their trust in Rose, a shield. The wraiths closed in the manor's glow, a beacon, and the Gabberlunzy man led the way. His rags a disguise, no longer his heart, a fire that would burn through the dark. The village of Thornwick stood on the edge of a storm, its torches flaring in the night. Their light a frail defense against the shadows that crept from the forest. The mist was thick, curling like a living thing, and the air hummed with a malice that seeped from Widow Grimsby's curse. Wraiths formless cold, their eyes burning with greed's echo, drifted toward the square, summoned by the bone-white charm Grimsby had bought from the hedge witch. Rose clutched the chalice, its spirals warm, its hum a pulse that matched her racing heart. The Gabberlunzy man stood before her, his ragged cloak no longer hiding the strength in his frame, his staff gleaming with a hidden blade's edge. The villagers, old Tom, the blacksmith, Goody Harrow gathered behind their faces, pale but resolute, their trust in Rose and the beggar, a fire that held the dark at bay. But Grimsby's vengeance was a tide, and the truth of the Gabberlunzy man was about to break it. The wraiths closed in their whispers, a hiss of spite, their forms shifting like smoke, clawing at the edges of the torchlight. Turpie, the blacksmith's dog, barked furiously, his hackles raised, his courage a spark that rallied the folk. Rose's breath was shallow, her hands trembling, the chalice a weight that anchored her fear. What are they? She whispered, her eyes on the Gabberlunzy man, his silhouette sharp against the mist. Grimsby's folly, he said, his voice steady, a knight's command cutting through the chaos. Her greed called them, twisted her charm into something she can't control. Stay close, Rose. This ends tonight. He raised his staff, its hidden blade sliding free, a blessed sword etched with runes that glowed faintly, a relic of his true calling. The villagers gasped, their whispers rising, but Rose's heart leaped, her questions about his identity answered in the steel's gleam. He was no beggar, but something more, and she trusted him as she had from the first crust she'd shared. Grimsby emerged from the manor, her black dress torn her face, a mask of triumph and madness. The bone-white charm hung from her neck, its runes pulsing green feeding the wraith's hunger. "You thought you'd steal my gold, beggar," she shrieked, her voice a venomous lash, her eyes locked on the Gabberlunzy man. "You and that wretched girl, you'll choke on your theft." She raised her hands, the charm flaring, and the wraiths surged, their claws raking the air, their whispers a chorus of despair. The Gabberlunzy man moved swift and sure, his blade slicing through the nearest wraith, its form dissolving with a wail. "I'm no thief, widow," he said, his voice ringing, his cloak falling to reveal a tunic marked with a faded crest. "A knight's sigil worn, but proud I am Sir Alaric of the Order of the Thorn, sworn to test the hearts of men. Your greed failed you, and this curse will bind you." The villagers gasped their torches, wavering, their eyes wide as the truth unfolded. Rose's breath caught her trust, vindicated her fear, tempered by awe. Alaric's blade danced its runes, flaring each strike, banishing a wraith, their screams echoing as the charm's power faltered. Rose held the chalice high, its hum growing, its spirals glowing as if answering the blade's light. The villagers rallied, their voices rising in chants. Old prayers, peddlers' rhymes led by old Tom, whose courage shook his flower-dusted hands. The blacksmith swung his hammer, driving back a wraith, while Goody Harrow tossed salt, its grains hissing as they touched the shadows. Turpie darted through the fray, his barks a defiance that broke the wraith's spell. Grimsby's face twisted, her triumph crumbling as the wraiths weakened, her charm's green light dimming. "No," she screamed, clutching the charm, its runes burning her skin. "This is mine, the manor, the gold, all of it." She lunged for Rose, her hands clawing, but Alaric was there, his blade a barrier, his eyes burning with a knight's resolve. "Your greed's your chain, widow," he said, his voice low, his blade pressing the charm against her chest. "Let it go, or it'll take you." The charm flared, its runes exploding in a burst of green fire, and Grimsby screamed, her body convulsing as the curse turned inward. The wraiths wailed, dissolving into mist, their eyes fading, their whispers silenced. The charm crumbled, its bone-white shards falling, and Grimsby collapsed, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. The curse had bound her not to death, but to the manor, her greed a prison that would hold her in shame. The villagers watched, their torches steady their fear, giving way to justice. Rose lowered the chalice, its hum quiet, its glow soft but warm. The square was still the mist, lifting the stars, breaking through the clouds. Alaric sheathed his blade, his tunic marked by the thorn's crest, his face weary but calm. "It's done," he said, his voice soft, his eyes on Rose. "The treasure's yours. Thornwick's and Grimsby's power is broken." The villagers cheered, their voices a tide, but Rose's eyes were on Alaric, her heart full of questions, gratitude, and a quiet strength she hadn't known she held. The days that followed were a rebirth. The treasure was brought from the manor's chamber, its gold and jewels shared under Rose's care. Fields were sown, cottages, repaired, a school built for the children, its walls etched with spirals in honor of the Lord's gift. Grimsby, shamed and powerless, remained in the manor, Her doors barred her wealth, gone her name a cautionary tale. The villagers called her the widow of stone. Her greed a lesson whispered by firesides. Rose, now free, lived with old Tom, her hands busy with the village's renewal. Her heart light but watchful the chalice, a symbol of her role. Alaric stayed his rags traded for a simple tunic, his knightly crest a quiet pride. He helped rebuild his blade, sheathed his stories of the Thorn Order shared with Rose by the stream. We test the world, he said, his eyes distant, seeking those who give, who love, despite their lack. You, Rose, were Thornwick's truth. She blushed her questions, answered her trust, a bond that needed no words. Yet she saw his restlessness, his eyes on the hills, his staff ready for the next road. One evening, as summer bloomed and the valley glowed with green, Alaric prepared to leave his sack, packed his blade, hidden once more. The villagers gathered their gifts, bread wool, a carved spiral from the blacksmith piled at his feet. Rose stood before him, the chalice in her hands, her eyes bright with tears she wouldn't shed. Will you come back? She asked, her voice steady, her heart open. He smiled, his hand brushing hers, and slipped a ring from his finger, a knight's token silver with a thorn's curve. Keep this, Rose, he said, his voice warm. If you need me, I'll know the world's wide, and there are other tests, other treasures. But Thornwick's yours, and you'll guard it well. She nodded the ring, a promise, its weight, a comfort as he turned his staff, tapping his figure, fading into the mist. The village thrived. Its scars healed its folk, bound by Rose's kindness, the treasure's light. Old Tom told her story, the blacksmith forged her spirals. Goody Harrow wove her name into songs. The manor stood empty, Grimsby a ghost, her curse a memory. But one night, as Rose walked the hills, a faint glow flickered in the forest, a spiral golden like the chalice's mark. She smiled, her hand on the ring, knowing Alaric's quest lived its secrets, waiting for another heart to find. Thornwick slept, its fires warm, its valley alive with hope. Rose stood watch, the chalice at her side, the ring a vow, her kindness. A legend that would outlive her, carried by the wind to firesides far beyond the mist. Story: The Steadfast Tin Soldier. In the heart of a bustling city where cobblestone streets wound like rivers through rows of crooked houses, there stood a small, forgotten toy shop, its windows clouded with dust and its sign creaking in the wind. The shop was a relic, a place where time seemed to pause, preserving the magic of childhood in the form of wooden horses, porcelain dolls, and tin soldiers lined up in neat rows. It was here, in the flickering glow of an oil lamp, that tin was born, not from flesh and blood, but from a single molten spoonful of tin, the last in the craftsman's crucible. The old toy maker, his hands gnarled from years of work, poured the metal into a mold, shaping it into a soldier with a musket in hand and a heart that, though made of tin, seemed to pulse with a quiet, unspoken longing. Tin was not like his brothers. The toy maker had crafted 24 other soldiers, each identical, their 2 legs sturdy, their uniforms painted in bold reds and blues, their faces set with stoic determination. But Tin the 25th was incomplete. The tin had run dry before his second leg could be formed, leaving him with a single limb and a balance that required constant effort to maintain. the toy maker too kind to discard him, painted Tin's uniform with the same care, gave him the same musket, and set him on a wooden shelf beside his brothers. Yet Tin knew he was different. His one leg forced him to stand with a slight lean, his musket held at an angle to keep from toppling. But his eyes, 2 dots of black ink painstakingly drawn, burned with a fire that no imperfection could dim. The toy shop was a world of wonders, but it was also a place of waiting. Days bled into weeks, and Tin stood sentinel on his shelf watching as children pressed their noses to the grimy windows, their breath fogging the glass. Some pointed at the soldiers, their voices bright with excitement, but none chose Tin. His brothers were bought one by one, carried off to homes filled with laughter and games, while Tin remained his single leg a silent rebuke to his dreams of adventure. Yet he did not despair. He stood tall, his musket steady, his gaze fixed on the world beyond the shop where he imagined battles to be fought and glories to be won. One chilly autumn evening, when the shop's lamp cast long shadows across the cluttered shelves, a boy named Emile entered with his mother. Emile was small, with tousled brown hair and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. His mother, her coat patched at the elbows, clutched a few coins, her face lined with the weariness of a hard life. "Choose something, Emile," she said softly, "but we can't afford much." Emile's gaze swept the shop, lingering on a wooden boat, a painted drum, and finally the tin soldiers. His finger pointed to the shelf where Tin stood, and his voice rang out clear and certain. "I want those soldiers. All of them." The toy maker, his eyes crinkling with a smile, wrapped the soldiers in brown paper, including Tin, who felt a thrill course through his metal frame. To be chosen, to be wanted, it was a dream he had scarcely dared to dream. The journey to Emile's home was a blur of jostling and darkness, the paper crinkling around him, but Tin's heart, if a tin heart could be said to beat, thrummed with anticipation. When the package was opened, he found himself in a new world, a cozy room with a sagging wooden floor, a fireplace that crackled with warmth, and a table cluttered with Emile's treasures. Marbles, a toy horse, and a small castle made of painted wood. Emile arranged the soldiers in formation, their muskets gleaming under the firelight, and Tin, despite his one leg, stood proudly among them. The boy's hands were gentle, his laughter a melody that filled the room with life. But it was not Emile's games that captured Tin's attention. At the edge of the table, on a small pedestal of polished oak, stood a figure that stole the breath he did not have. She was a dancer, a ballerina crafted from paper, her body delicate as a whisper, her arms arched gracefully above her head. Her dress, a swirl of white tissue flecked with silver sequins, caught the light like a constellation. She balanced on one leg, her other bent in a perfect arabesque, and her face, painted with delicate strokes, held a smile that was both serene and sorrowful. Her name, Tin learned from Emile's chatter, was Lila. She was a gift from the boy's late father, a keepsake cherished above all others. Lila stood motionless, her paper form swaying slightly in the drafts that slipped through the room's cracked windows. Yet to Tin, she was alive, a vision of beauty that made his tin heart ache. He watched her from his place among the soldiers, his single leg rooted to the table, his musket a forgotten weight in his hands. Under the moonlight that streamed through the window, Lila's sequins sparkled, and Tin, in his silent, steadfast way, fell in love. The room was a universe, and Lila was its sun, Each night when Emil slept and the fire dwindled to embers, Tin gazed at her, his black ink eyes tracing the curve of her arms, the tilt of her head, the way her dress seemed to dance even in stillness. He imagined speaking to her, telling her of the battles he would fight, the worlds he would conquer, if only to win a single glance from her painted eyes. But he was a soldier, and soldiers did not speak of love. They stood guard, they endured, and so Tin did his one leg, a pillar of resolve, his heart a flame that burned without sound. Yet love, even in a tin heart, was not without its shadows. In the corner of the table, half hidden among Emil's toys, was a jack-in-the-box. Its painted exterior faded, but its presence ominous. The figure inside a goblin with a twisted grin and eyes that gleamed with malice seemed to watch Tin with an intensity that chilled his metal frame. Tin had seen it spring free during Emil's games, its laughter a harsh cackle that set the other toys on edge. The goblin Tin sensed was no mere plaything. It was a creature of envy, of chaos, and it had noticed the way Tin's gaze lingered on Lila. Its eyes glinting in the dark promised trouble, a threat that hung over the room like a storm cloud. Tin's love for Lila was a secret he guarded fiercely, but it was not invisible. The other soldiers, rigid in their formation, offered no comment, their painted faces blank. The toy horse, the marbles, the wooden castle. They were silent witnesses, indifferent to the drama unfolding on their table. But Lila, in her stillness, seemed to sense Tin's devotion. Once, when a draft tilted her pedestal ever so slightly, her painted eyes met his, and Tin felt a spark, a connection that defied the boundaries of tin and paper. She did not move, did not speak yet in that moment. Tin believed she saw him not as a flawed soldier, but as a soul capable of love. The nights passed, each one a quiet vigil for Tin. He stood guard his musket, steady his single leg, unwavering his heart fixed on Lila. He dreamed of a world where he could step down from his place, take her hand and lead her in a dance that would make the stars jealous. But he was a soldier, bound by duty, by the limits of his form. He could not move, could not speak, could only love in silence. And yet that love gave him strength, a courage that burned brighter than any fire. But the goblin in the jack-in-the-box was not idle. Its eyes, gleaming with spite, followed Tin's every glance, its twisted grin widening with each passing night. It sensed the power of Tin's love, the purity of his devotion, and it hated him for it. In the quiet hours when the room was still, the goblin began to scheme its malice, a poison that seeped into the air. Tin, unaware of the danger, stood firm, his gaze never wavering from Lila. He did not know that fate, cruel and capricious, was about to test his steadfast heart. As the moon rose higher, casting its silver light across the table, a breeze slipped through the window, stirring Lila's paper dress. Tin's heart leaped, imagining it was a sign, a whisper of her own longing. But the breeze carried something else, a faint sinister creak from the jack-in-the-box, a warning that the storm was coming. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg steady, his eyes fixed on Lila. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it for her, for the love that had given his tin heart a reason to beat. The room where Tin stood guard was a quiet kingdom, its borders defined by the edges of Emil's cluttered table, its sky the cracked ceiling that loomed above. By day, it was a place of chaos. alive with the boys' laughter, the clatter of marbles, and the galloping of a wooden horse across imagined battlefields. But at night, when Emil slept and the fire in the hearth dwindled to a soft glow, the room transformed. The shadows softened, the air grew still, and the moonlight slipping through the window's warped panes bathed the table in a silver sheen that turned every toy into a figure of enchantment. It was in these hours under the moon's gentle watch that Tin's love for Lila, the paper ballerina, bloomed into something deeper, something that felt both eternal and impossibly fragile. Tin stood at his post among the other tin soldiers, his single leg rooted to the table, his musket held at a precise angle to keep his balance. His brothers, 24 in all, were silent sentinels, their painted faces blank, their 2 legs granting them a stability Tin could only envy. Yet he did not resent them. His one leg, his imperfection, was a part of him. And it was with that imperfection that he loved Layla. A love so fierce it seemed to hum within his tin frame, a vibration no one else could hear. His black ink eyes, fixed on the ballerina across the table, traced her every detail. The curve of her paper arms arched in a perfect arabesque, the shimmer of her sequined dress catching the moonlight like a scattering of stars, the delicate tilt of her head as if she were listening to a melody only she could hear. Lila stood on her pedestal, balanced on one leg in a mirror of Tin's own stance. Her other leg bent gracefully behind her. Her face, painted with strokes of watercolor, held a smile that was both serene and wistful, as if she dreamed of a world beyond the table, beyond the confines of her paper form. To Tin, she was more than a toy, more than a creation of scissors and glue. She was a vision, a muse, a reason for his tin heart to endure the stillness of his existence. Each night as the moon climbed higher, he watched her, his gaze unwavering, his love, a silent vow that needed no words. The room was not without its dangers, even in the quiet of the night. The jack-in-the-box lurking in the table's shadowed corner was a constant threat, its painted exterior hiding a goblin whose malice seemed to grow with each passing day. Tin had seen it spring free during Emil's games, its coiled body snapping upward with a cackle that sent shivers through the other toys. The goblin's eyes, glinting with a cruel intelligence, had begun to linger on Tin, as if it sensed the depth of his devotion to Leela and resented it. Tin met its gaze with the stoic resolve of a soldier, but he could not shake the feeling that the goblin was biding its time, waiting for a moment to strike. Tonight the air felt heavier, charged with an unseen tension. The fire had burned low, its embers casting a faint red glow that mingled with the moonlight. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, their roles in Emil's games forgotten until dawn. Tin, his musket steady, kept his eyes on Lila, but his senses were alert, attuned to the slightest creak or rustle. The window left ajar by Emil's careless hand admitted a breeze that stirred the room, ruffling Lila's paper dress and setting her sequins aglitter. To Tin, it was as if she were dancing, her form swaying in a waltz only the wind could hear. His heart, if it could be called that, leapt at the sight, and for a moment he dared to dream of a world where he could join her, where his one leg would not hold him back. The breeze grew stronger, and Lila's pedestal tilted ever so slightly. her paper form leaning toward Tin. His breath, if he had breath, would have caught in his throat. Was it a trick of the light, or had her painted eyes met his, their watercolor depths holding a spark of recognition? Tin stood taller, his musket gripped tighter, his single leg a pillar of resolve. He wanted to call out to her to tell her that he would fight any battle face, any storm to be worthy of her gaze. But he was a soldier, bound by silence, by the limits of his tin form. So he loved her in the only way he could, with his eyes, with his stillness, with the unyielding strength of his devotion. The moment was shattered by a low, sinister creak from the jack-in-the-box. Tin's gaze snapped to the corner where the goblin's painted lid quivered as if straining to burst free. The moonlight caught the gleam of its eyes visible through a crack in the box, and Tin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The goblin was watching its malice, a tangible force that seemed to coil around the table like smoke. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his black ink eyes narrowing. He did not know what the goblin planned, but he knew it was tied to Layla, to the love that had become his reason for being. He would protect her no matter the cost. The night wore on the moon, tracing its arc across the sky. Tin's vigil was unbroken, his gaze returning to Lila whenever the goblin's threat seemed to recede. He imagined speaking to her, his voice a whisper of tin and courage. "I am not whole," he would say, "but my heart is yours, and it will never falter." He pictured her smiling, her paper hand reaching for his, their forms twirling in a dance that defied the laws of their world. The dream was foolish, impossible, yet it sustained him a spark that burned brighter than the embers in the hearth. As dawn approached, the room grew colder, the moonlight fading to a pale gray. The breeze died and Lila's dress fell still, her pedestal steady once more. Tin felt a pang of loss, as if the night had stolen a piece of her from him. But he stood firm, his one leg unwavering, his musket, a symbol of his resolve. He was a soldier, and soldiers endured. He would wait for the next night, and the next for as long as it took to feel that spark again, to believe that Lila saw him as he saw her. But the goblin had other plans. As the first light of morning crept through the window, the jack-in-the-box creaked again. Louder this time, its lid trembling with suppressed energy. Tin's eyes flicked to it, his tin heart tightening with a soldier's instinct. Something was coming, something dark and deliberate. The goblin's eyes glinting through the crack were fixed on him, and in their depths, Tin saw a promise of chaos. The love he bore for Lila, pure and steadfast, had made him a target, and the goblin with its twisted heart would stop at nothing to tear them apart. Emil stirred in his bed, his soft snores breaking the silence. The room would soon awaken the table once again, a battlefield for the boys' games. Tin knew his time with Lila was fleeting, that the daylight would bring new challenges, new dangers. But he was ready. He had faced the loneliness of the toy shop, the rejection of countless children, and he had emerged with a heart that refused to break. For Lila, he would face anything. Goblin storms, even the cruel whims of fate itself. The sun rose, its golden rays spilling across the table, and Tin stood taller, his musket steady, his black ink eyes fixed on Lila. She was still her paper form, a vision of grace. But Tin felt her presence a warmth that no dawn could dim. He did not know what the day would bring, nor what the goblin's malice held in store. But he knew one thing with a certainty that burned through his tin frame. He loved Lila, and that love would carry him through whatever trials lay ahead. As Emil's footsteps echoed across the room, signaling the start of a new day, the jack-in-the-box gave one final ominous creak, its lid snapping shut with a sound like a promise. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg a pillar of defiance, his heart a flame that would not be extinguished. The battle was coming, and he would face it for Lila. For love, for the chance to prove that even a one-legged soldier could be steadfast in the face of destiny. The morning sun flooded Emil's room, its golden light banishing the moonlit dreams that had sustained Tin through the night. The table, once a quiet kingdom where Tin's love for Lila bloomed in silence, was now a chaotic battlefield alive with the boy's boundless energy. Emil, his brown hair tousled from sleep, bounded to the table, his hands scooping up tin soldiers, marbles, and the wooden horse with gleeful abandon. Tin, standing steadfast on his single leg, felt the familiar jolt of the boy's touch as he was arranged in a mock battle line. His musket pointed at an imaginary foe, but his black ink eyes, ever vigilant, remained fixed on Lila, the paper ballerina who stood serene on her pedestal, her sequined dress catching the sunlight in a dance of silver sparks. The jack-in-the-box lurking in the table's shadowed corner was silent now. Its painted lid closed its goblin hidden within. Yet Tin felt its presence a malevolent weight that seemed to press against the air. The goblin's eyes glinting through the crack last night had promised chaos, and Tin, though only a soldier of tin, knew that danger was near. He tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg steady his heart. If a tin heart could be said to beat, pounding with a soldier's resolve, he would protect Lila no matter what the goblin had planned, no matter what fate decreed. The morning passed in a blur of Emil's games. Tin was marched across the table, toppled in mock battles, and propped up again, his single leg a constant challenge to his balance. Through it all, he kept Lila in his sight, her graceful form a beacon that anchored him amid the chaos. She stood unmoved, her paper arms arched her painted smile, a quiet promise that sustained him. Once, when Emil's careless hand brushed her pedestal, she swayed and Tin's heart leaped, imagining she was reaching for him. But the moment passed, and she settled back into stillness, her beauty as distant as the stars. As noon approached, the room grew warmer. The fire in the hearth rekindled to ward off the autumn chill. Emil's mother called him to lunch, and the boy with a final flourish sent the wooden horse galloping across the table before dashing away. The room fell silent, the toys left in disarray, and Tin, standing near the table's edge, felt a momentary peace. He gazed at Lila, his black ink eyes tracing the curve of her paper dress, the delicate bend of her leg. In the quiet, he could almost believe they were alone, that the world was theirs, that his love could bridge the gap between tin and paper. But fate, cruel and capricious, had other plans. The window left ajar by Emil's forgetful hand admitted a sudden gust of wind, sharp and cold, that swept across the table like a living thing. It ruffled Lila's dress, tilted the wooden castle, and caught Tin standing precariously close to the edge. He felt his single leg wobble his musket, no help against the invisible force. Before he could brace himself, the wind struck again, and Tin toppled his tin body tumbling off the table and plummeting to the floor below. The fall was a chaos of motion, the world spinning as Tin crashed onto the wooden floor, his musket clattering beside him. Pain. If a tin soldier could feel pain, was a dull ache in his frame, but it was the distance from Lila that hurt most. He lay on his side, his one leg useless against the smooth boards, his eyes searching for her. From the floor, he could just see her pedestal, her paper form still standing untouched by the wind that had claimed him. She was safe, and for that, Tin was grateful. But the thought of being separated from her was a wound deeper than any fall. Before he could gather his bearings, a new danger emerged. The door to the room stood open, and another gust of wind stronger than the last swept through, catching Tin and dragging him across the floor. He skidded toward the threshold, his tin body scraping against the wood, his musket lost in the tumult. The wind was relentless, a force that seemed to carry the goblin's malice, and Tin, helpless on his one leg, could only endure as it propelled him out of the house and into the street beyond. The city was a maelstrom, a world of towering boots, rumbling carts, and voices that roared like thunder. Tin landed in a gutter, the cold, filthy water swirling around him, threatening to swallow his small form. He struggled to stand, his one leg slipping in the muck, but his soldier's heart refused to yield. He thought of Lila, her painted smile, her sequined dress, and that image became his strength. He would survive this. He would return to her no matter the cost. The water carried him downward, a relentless current that pulled him through the city's underbelly. The gutter became a sewer, its walls slick with grime, its air thick with the stench of decay. Shadows moved in the darkness. Rats, their eyes glinting like the goblins, their teeth bared in hunger. Tin, defenseless without his musket, faced them with the only weapon he had, his courage. Back he would have shouted if he could, his black ink eyes blazing with defiance. The rats circled their claws, scraping the stone, but something in Tin's unyielding gaze made them hesitate, and they slunk away, leaving him to the mercy of the current. The sewer spat him into a broader stream, a canal that wound through the city's heart. Tin, battered but unbroken, found himself caught in a piece of debris, a scrap of newspaper folded into the shape of a boat by some child's careless hand. The boat bobbed on the water, a fragile vessel that carried him through a world he had never seen. The city loomed above its buildings like mountains, its people like giants, their voices a distant roar. Tin stood on his one leg, his tin body swaying with the boat's motion, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He did not know where he was going, only that he must keep moving, must find a way back to Lila. The canal grew wilder, its waters churned by a sudden rain that fell in sheets, soaking the paper boat and threatening to sink it. Tin clung to his place, his single leg an anchor, his heart a flame that burned through the cold. He thought of Lila standing on her pedestal, her paper arms reaching for a dance she could never perform. He imagined her waiting for him, her painted eyes searching the table, and that image gave him the strength to endure. The boat spun, tilted, and finally capsized, sending Tin plummeting into the depths. Darkness enveloped him, the water a suffocating weight. He sank his one leg useless, his tin body pulled toward the canal's muddy bed. But even as despair loomed, a new terror emerged. A shadow loomed above a gaping maw that swallowed him whole. Tin found himself inside the belly of a fish, its slimy walls pressing against him, its movements a lurching nightmare. He was trapped, his love for Leela, a distant star in a world of blackness. Yet he did not surrender. He stood as best he could, his one leg braced against the fish's flesh, his black ink eyes fixed on a vision only he could see. Days passed, or perhaps hours. Time was a blur in the fish's belly. Tin's thoughts were of Lila, her grace, her stillness, her smile. He did not know if he would ever see her again, but he refused to let her memory fade. His tin heart steadfast and true beat with a rhythm that defied his prison. He was a soldier, and soldiers fought even when the battle seemed lost. Fate, ever unpredictable, offered a glimmer of hope. The fish caught by a fisherman's net was hauled from the canal and sold to a market stall. A cook, her hands rough from years of work, sliced it open, and there amidst the glistening entrails was Tin. His tin body dulled but unbroken, his one leg still proud. The cook, surprised but indifferent, tossed him into a basket of odds and ends, and Tin, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, saw the light of day. He was far from Emil's room, far from Lila, but he was alive, and that was enough. The basket was carried to a new house, a place of warmth and noise where children played and a fire roared. Tin, placed on a shelf among other discarded treasures, stood tall, his black ink eyes searching for a path back to his love. He did not know how he would return, nor what trials awaited, but he knew one thing: his heart belonged to Lila, and no distance, no darkness could change that. As the children of the house rummaged through the basket, Tin felt a spark of hope. Perhaps one of them would take him, carry him closer to Emil's room, to the table where Lila waited. But in the shadows of his mind, he sensed the goblin's influence, a lingering malice that had followed him from the Jack-in-the-Box. The battle was far from over, and Tin, steadfast and brave, prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. His one leg a testament to his unyielding love. The world Tin had known Emil's cluttered table, the moonlit nights, and Lila's serene presence felt like a distant dream as he lay in the basket of odds and ends in a stranger's home. The house was a cacophony of life: children's laughter, the clatter of pots, the hum of a mother's lullaby. Yet Tin, battered from his journey through the city's underbelly, felt only the ache of separation. His tin body dulled by the canal's waters, and the fish's belly bore the scars of his trials. But his single leg stood firm, his black ink eyes still burning with the image of Lila, the paper ballerina who had claimed his heart. She was his North Star, his reason to endure. And though he was far from her, he clung to the hope that fate, however cruel, might lead him back to her side. The basket, a jumble of broken toys, bent spoons, and forgotten trinkets, was Tin's temporary prison. He stood among the debris, his one leg braced against a cracked porcelain cup, his musket lost somewhere in the canal's depths. The children of the house, a boy and a girl with curious hands, rummaged through the basket daily, their fingers brushing past Tin as they sought treasures for their games. He watched them with a soldier's patience, hoping one might carry him closer to Emil's room, to the table where Lila stood in her eternal arabesque. But the children, engrossed in their own worlds, paid him little heed, and Tin's hope, though steadfast, began to flicker like a candle in a storm. Days passed, each one a test of Tin's resolve. The house was warm, its hearth a constant roar, but the warmth could not reach the coldness in his tin heart. a coldness born of absence. He thought of Lila constantly, her sequined dress, her painted smile, the way her paper form swayed in the moonlight. He imagined her waiting for him, her watercolor eyes searching the table, unaware of the trials he had faced. The thought was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of what he had lost and what he still fought for. He was a soldier, and soldiers did not surrender even when the odds were stacked against them. Fate, ever capricious, offered a twist that Tin could not have foreseen. One morning the girl, her pigtails bouncing, plucked Tin from the basket with a squeal of delight. "Look, a soldier!" she cried, holding him up to the light. Her brother, a boy with a smudge of dirt on his cheek, peered over her shoulder. "He's got only one leg," he said, frowning. "He's broken." The girl shook her head, her eyes bright. "He's brave, I can tell." Tin in her small hand felt a surge of gratitude. To be seen, to be valued even by a child, was a spark of hope in his darkened world. The children, it turned out, were cousins of Emile, visiting the city for a market fair. Their mother, packing for the return to their village, decided to send a gift to Emile, a token of their visit. The girl, clutching Tin, insisted he be included. "He belongs with other soldiers," she said, her voice firm, and so Tin was wrapped in a scrap of cloth, tucked into a parcel with a wooden top and a bag of sweets, and carried back to the city, back to the house where Lila waited. The journey was a blur of jolts and murmurs, but Tin's heart, if a tin heart could beat, thrummed with anticipation. He was going home. When the parcel was opened in Emile's room, Tin felt the familiar warmth of the hearth, the familiar creak of the floorboards. Emile's hands, gentle but careless, unwrapped him, and Tin was placed on the table once more among his brothers, the tin soldiers who stood in silent formation. His black ink eyes sought Lila immediately, and there she was, unchanged, her paper form as graceful as ever, her sequined dress catching the firelight in a dance of silver. She stood on her pedestal, one leg bent, her arms arched, her painted smile, a beacon that drew Tin's gaze like a moth to a flame. He was home, and though his body was battered, his love was unbroken. But the room was not as he had left it. The jack-in-the-box, still lurking in the table's corner, seemed to pulse with a darker energy, its painted lid trembling as if eager to spring free. Tin felt the goblin's gaze, its malicious eyes fixed on him as if it knew of his trials and resented his return. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, but Tin sensed a tension in the air, a storm brewing in the quiet. He tightened his grip on his imaginary musket, his one leg steady, his resolve as firm as ever. He had faced rats, rivers, and the belly of a fish. He would face the goblin too if it meant protecting Lila. The days that followed were a fragile reprieve. Emile's games resumed, and Tin was once again marched across the table, toppled in mock battles and propped up with care. Lila remained on her pedestal, untouched by the chaos, her stillness, a contrast to the turmoil in Tin's heart. He watched her whenever he could, his black ink eyes tracing her every detail. His love, a silent vow that grew stronger with each passing moment. Once, when Emile's hand brushed her pedestal, she tilted slightly, and Tin imagined she was leaning toward him, her painted eyes meeting his in a moment of shared longing. The dream was fleeting, but it was enough to sustain him. But the goblin was not idle. Its malice, fueled by envy of Tin's steadfast love, had grown into a force that seemed to bend the very air. Tin noticed subtle changes. The jack-in-the-box's lid creaked more often, its painted eyes glinting with a crueler light. He sensed it whispering, though he could not hear the words, its influence seeping into the room like poison. Emile, unaware of the drama unfolding on his table, played with a distracted air, his hands rougher than usual, his laughter tinged with impatience. Tin, ever vigilant, felt a growing dread, a soldier's instinct that warned of danger. The storm broke on a cold afternoon when the fire in the hearth roared high, its flames casting wild shadows across the room. Emile, in a mood of restless energy, was staging a grand battle. The tin soldiers arrayed against an army of marbles. Tin, placed near the table's edge, stood tall, his one leg steady, his eyes on Lila. But the jack-in-the-box, its lid trembling, seemed to pulse with a dark intent. As Emile reached for another soldier, his elbow brushed the box, and the goblin sprang free, its cackle a jagged sound that shattered the room's fragile peace. The goblin's eyes locked on Tin, its twisted grin a promise of ruin. Before Tin could react, Emile's hand, guided by some unseen force, swept across the table, catching Tin and sending him tumbling toward the hearth. The world spun, the table receding as Tin fell, his tin body clattering against the floor, then rolling toward the fire's open maw. He landed inches from the flames, their heat a searing force that licked at his metal frame. He struggled to stand, his one leg slipping on the hearth's stone, his black ink eyes searching for Lila. She was still there on her pedestal, her paper form untouched by the chaos. Tin's heart, though Tin ached with a love that burned brighter than the fire before him, he wanted to call out to her, to tell her that he would fight, that he would endure. But he was a soldier, bound by silence. The flames crept closer, their heat warping his metal body, and Tin knew his time was short. He fixed his gaze on Lila, her painted smile a lifeline, her sequined dress a constellation that guided him through the pain. Then a miracle, or perhaps a final cruelty of fate. A gust of wind born of the fire's draft swept through the room, catching Lila's pedestal and sending her tumbling. Her paper form spun light as a leaf. Her arms still arched, her dress a whirl of silver. She floated toward the hearth, toward Tin. Her descent, a dance that seemed to defy the flames. She landed beside him, her paper body inches from the fire, her painted eyes meeting his in a moment of unbearable clarity. Tin, his body melting, his one leg buckling, felt no fear, only a fierce, radiant joy. Lila was with him, her presence a gift he had never dared to hope for. The flames surged, engulfing them both, but in that final moment, Tin's heart was whole. He loved her, and she was here in the fire in the end. The world faded, the pain dissolved, and Tin, steadfast to the last, surrendered to the flames. His black ink eyes fixed on Lila until the very end. The fire in Emile's hearth roared its flames, a fierce, unyielding force that consumed all it touched. Tin. The one-legged tin soldier lay amidst the blaze, his metal body softening under the relentless heat, his single leg no longer able to hold him upright. Beside him, Lila, the paper ballerina, burned with a grace that mirrored her life, a fleeting, radiant dance of silver sequins and delicate paper, her form curling and blackening in the fire's embrace. The world beyond the hearth. Emile's room, the table. The other toys faded into insignificance, reduced to shadows in the face of the inferno. Yet for Tin, there was no pain, no fear, only the overwhelming presence of Lila. Her painted eyes locked with his in a moment that transcended the boundaries of tin and paper, of life and death. The flames were a crucible, a test of Tin's steadfast heart, and he met it with the courage that had defined him. His black ink eyes, melting but unyielding, held Lila's gaze, drinking in her beauty even as it was consumed. Her paper dress, once a constellation of sequins, flared brightly before dissolving into ash, and her delicate arms, arched in their eternal arabesque, crumbled into embers. Yet Tin saw not her destruction, but her essence, the grace that had captivated him, the stillness that had spoken to his silent love. In the fire they were together, bound by a bond that no flame could break. Tin's thoughts, if a tin soldier could have thoughts, were of the nights under the moonlight, when Lila's sequins had sparkled, and her painted smile had seemed to beckon him. He remembered the trials he had faced, the fall from the table, the sewer's dark currents, the fish's suffocating belly, and how her image had sustained him, a beacon that guided him through despair. Now, in the fire's heart, he felt no regret, only a fierce, radiant joy. Lila had come to him, her paper form carried by a gust of fate, and in this final moment they were one. His tin heart, softening in the heat, seemed to pulse with a love that burned brighter than the flames, a love that would not be extinguished. The jack-in-the-box, its goblin still lurking in the table's shadowed corner, watched the scene with a twisted satisfaction. Its malice had orchestrated Tin's fall, its whispers guiding Emil's careless hand to send the soldier into the fire. Yet even the goblin with its cruel heart could not fully comprehend the power of Tin's devotion. It had sought to destroy him, to tear him from Lila. But in doing so, it had united them in a way it could never undo. The goblin's cackle, if it laughed, was drowned by the fire's roar. Its victory hollow in the face of a love that defied its schemes. As the flames consumed them, Tin and Lila seemed to transcend their forms. The tin soldier, his body melting into a shapeless mass, took on the shape of a heart, its edges glowing with the fire's heat. Lila, her paper form reduced to ash, left behind a single sequin, its silver gleam untouched by the blaze. They were no longer soldier and ballerina, no longer bound by the limits of their creation. They were love itself, a spark that burned eternal, a story that would linger long after the fire died. The hearth grew quiet, its flames subsiding to a bed of glowing embers. The room, once alive with the drama of Tin and Lila, returned to its mundane rhythm. Emil, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, returned to the table, his hands rearranging the tin soldiers, his laughter filling the air. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, their roles unchanged, but there was a stillness in the room, a reverence that seemed to acknowledge the loss. The jack-in-the-box, its lid now closed, was a mute witness. Its goblin's malice spent its power, diminished in the face of Tin's sacrifice. When Emil's mother swept the hearth the next morning, she found the remnants of the fire's work, a small misshapen lump of tin shaped like a heart, and a single silver sequin, its shine undimmed. She paused her broom, still her eyes lingering on the strange relics. How curious, she murmured, her voice soft with wonder. She did not know the story of Tin, and Lila did not know the love that had burned brighter than the fire, but she felt a pang, a sense that something beautiful had passed. She set the tin heart and the sequin on a shelf, a quiet tribute to a tale she could never fully understand. Emile, too young to grasp the depth of what had happened, continued his games. But he noticed the absence of the one-legged soldier and the paper ballerina. "Where's the broken one?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "And the dancer?" His mother, with a gentle smile, pointed to the shelf, but Emile, distracted by a new toy, soon forgot. The tin soldiers marched on, the wooden horse galloped, and the jack-in-the-box sprang free in its cruel jests. But the table was emptier without Tin and Lila, its magic dimmed by their loss. In the nights that followed, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting its silver glow across the room. The other toys stood silent, but the air seemed to carry a whisper, a faint echo of a love that had defied fate. The tin heart and the sequin resting on the shelf caught the light, their surfaces gleaming with a warmth that spoke of Tin's courage, Lila's grace, and the bond that had united them in the fire. They were gone, yet they were everywhere in the shadows that danced on the walls, in the breeze that stirred the curtains, in the quiet moments when the room seemed to hold its breath. The story of Tin and Layla became a secret, a legend whispered among the toys when Emile slept. The wooden horse, its paint chipped, spoke of the soldier who had loved with a heart of tin. The marbles rolling in their bowl murmured of the ballerina who had danced into the flames. Even the jack-in-the-box, its goblin now subdued, could not escape the weight of their tale. The toys, though bound by their forms, carried the memory of a love that had burned eternal, a love that had transformed their small world. Beyond the room, in the city's winding streets, the story took root in other ways. The toy maker, hearing of a one-legged soldier and a paper dancer, crafted new figures in their likeness, his hands guided by a sense of reverence. Children playing with their own toys told tales of a brave soldier and a beautiful ballerina, their imaginations weaving new adventures for the lovers who had faced the fire. The tin heart and the sequin, though forgotten on Emile's shelf, became symbols of a truth that lingered in the city's heart, that love, however small, however fleeting, could shine brighter than any flame. Tin and Lila were no more, their forms reduced to ash and metal, but their love was a spark that could not be extinguished. It lived in the moonlight, in the stories, in the quiet moments when the world seemed to pause. They had faced the cruelest of fates, yet they had triumphed their bond, a testament to the power of a steadfast heart. In the end, Tin was not just a soldier, nor Lila just a dancer. They were a promise, a reminder that even in the darkest fires, love could burn eternal. And so, under the moon's gentle watch, the room stood silent, the tin heart and the sequin gleaming softly, their story a whisper that would never fade. Emile slept, the toys waited, and the world turned, but Tin and Lila, in their fiery embrace, had found a forever that no fate could steal. Story: The Little Match Girl. The Little Match Girl, Part 1. A winter's night. The city was a frozen tapestry woven with threads of frost and despair. Snow fell in relentless sheets, blanketing the cobblestone streets and clinging to the rooftops of the tightly packed buildings. It was New Year's Eve, and the air carried the sharp bite of winter, slicing through the thin layers of clothing worn by those unfortunate enough to be out in the cold. Laughter and the clinking of glasses spilled from warmly lit windows where families gathered to celebrate the turning of the year. But in the shadowed corners of the city, where the glow of hearths did not reach, a different story unfolded, one of survival, of quiet suffering, and of a small, fragile hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. Anna was barely 10 years old, a wisp of a girl with pale cheeks and eyes too large for her gaunt face. Her hair, once a soft golden brown, was now matted and streaked with grime, tucked haphazardly beneath a tattered scarf that did little to shield her from the cold. She stood at the edge of a narrow alley, her small frame shivering violently as the wind howled past, tugging at the ragged hem of her dress. The dress, a hand-me-down from some distant cousin, was threadbare, its faded blue fabric offering no more warmth than a whisper. Her feet, bare and bruised, were numb from the icy slush that seeped between her toes. In her arms she clutched a bundle of matches, their wooden tips her only currency in a world that had long since turned its back on her. The matches were her burden and her salvation. Her father, a broken man whose hands had once crafted fine furniture, but now trembled with the weight of cheap liquor, had sent her out into the storm with a single command: sell the matches or don't come home. Anna knew what awaited her if she returned empty-handed, a flurry of curses. A heavy hand and the sting of a belt across her back. The thought made her stomach twist, not from hunger, though that gnawed at her relentlessly, but from a fear so deep it had carved itself into her bones. So she stayed her small body pressed against the brick wall of a butcher's shop, hoping its faint shelter might dull the wind's cruel edge. The street was alive with the bustle of the holiday. Carriages rattled past their wheels, crunching through the snow, carrying men in fine coats and women draped in furs. Children bundled in scarves and mittens darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing like bells. Anna watched them with a quiet ache in her chest. She remembered vaguely a time when she too had known warmth when her mother was alive, and her father's laughter wasn't slurred by whiskey. But those memories were like ghosts, faint and fleeting, slipping through her fingers whenever she tried to hold them close. She shifted her weight, wincing as the cold bit deeper into her feet. The matches were heavy in her arms, though there weren't many left. She had started the day with a larger bundle, but the hours had dragged on, and the coins in her pocket remained stubbornly absent. Passers-by barely glanced at her, their eyes sliding over her as if she were part of the scenery, a smudge of misery too common to notice. She had tried calling out at first, her voice small and trembling, "Matches, a penny for a bundle." But the words had caught in her throat, drowned out by the wind and the indifference of the crowd. Now she stood silent, her lips chapped and cracked her breath, forming faint clouds in the frigid air. The butcher's shop behind her was closed, its windows dark, but the faint smell of smoked sausage lingered, teasing her empty stomach. Anna closed her eyes, trying to imagine the taste of warm bread, the kind her mother used to bake soft and golden with a pat of butter melting into its crust. The memory was so vivid it hurt a sharp pang that made her curl in on herself. She hadn't eaten since the day before, when a kind-faced woman had slipped her a bruised apple from a market stall. The fruit had been tart and mealy, but to Anna it had tasted like heaven. The wind shifted, carrying with it the distant sound of church bells. Their deep resonant tolls marked the hour, 9 o'clock perhaps, or 10. Anna wasn't sure. Time had a way of blurring when you were cold and hungry, each moment stretching into an eternity of waiting. She opened her eyes and scanned the street, hoping for a miracle. Maybe someone would stop someone with a kind smile and a coin to spare. Maybe they would see her, really see her, and not just the ragged girl selling matches. A man approached, his heavy coat flapping in the wind. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and a hat pulled low over his eyes. Anna's heart leapt. She stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "Sir, would you like some matches?" "Only a penny." The man didn't break stride. His gaze flicked toward her for a moment, then away as if she were a stray dog begging for scraps. He muttered something under his breath. Anna caught the word urchin and disappeared into the crowd. Her shoulders slumped and she retreated to her spot against the wall, the rejection stinging more than the cold. She wasn't alone in her misery. Across the street, an old woman huddled beneath a tattered blanket, her gnarled hands outstretched for alms. Further down, a boy no older than Anna picked through a pile of refuse, searching for anything edible or sellable. The city was full of them, the forgotten ones scraping by on the edges of a world that glittered for others. Anna wondered sometimes what it would be like to live in one of those warm houses, to sit by a fire with a full belly and no fear of tomorrow. The thought was both a comfort and a torment, a dream she could never quite let go of. The snow was falling harder now, piling up in drifts that made the street treacherous. Anna's fingers, stiff and aching, fumbled with the matches. She tucked them closer to her chest, afraid of dropping them into the slush. They were her only hope, her only way to avoid her father's wrath. But as the night deepened, that hope grew thinner, like a thread stretched to the breaking point. She hadn't sold a single match all day. The weight of that failure pressed down on her heavy as the snow. She thought of her mother as she often did in moments like this. Her mother had been gentle, with a voice like a lullaby, and hands that were always warm even in winter. She had died 3 years ago, taken by a fever that swept through the city like wildfire. Anna had been too young to understand then, but she remembered the emptiness that followed, the way her father's eyes had hardened, the way his love had curdled into anger. He hadn't always been cruel. Once he had carved her a wooden doll with a painted smile, and they had laughed together as he made it dance. But that man was gone, drowned in a bottle, and Anna was left to navigate the ruins of their family alone. The alley was growing darker, the gaslights along the street casting long, wavering shadows. Anna's teeth chattered, and she hugged herself tighter, trying to trap what little warmth remained in her body. She could feel her strength slipping away, sapped by the cold and the hunger and the endless gnawing fear. Part of her wanted to give up, to sink into the snow and let it cover her like a blanket. But another part, small but stubborn, refused to let go. She had to keep going. She had to try. She looked down at the matches in her arms. They were crude things, just sticks of wood tipped with sulfur. But to Anna, they were something more. They were light warmth, a fleeting escape from the darkness. She wondered what it would be like to strike one, to feel its heat against her skin, to see its glow push back the night. The thought was dangerous, tempting. The matches weren't hers to use. They were for selling, for earning the coins that might keep her father's temper at bay. But The cold was so fierce, so unforgiving, that the idea of a single moment of warmth was almost too much to resist. Anna's eyes stung with tears, but she blinked them away. Crying wouldn't help. It never did. She shifted her gaze to the street, watching as the crowd thinned, the revelers retreating to their homes and their celebrations. The city was growing quiet, the laughter fading, leaving only the wind and the snow, and the girl with her matches. She was alone now, truly alone in a world that seemed to have no place for her, and yet she stood there small and defiant, clinging to the bundle in her arms. The matches were her lifeline, her last defense against the darkness. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on or what the night would bring. But for now, she would stay her breath frosting in the air, her heart beating with a fragile, flickering hope. The Little Match Girl, Part 2, The First Light. The night had grown darker, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow everything sound, hope, even the faint glow of the gaslights flickering along the street. Anna stood shivering in the alley, her small body pressed against the rough brick wall of the butcher's shop, her bare feet sinking deeper into the icy slush. The snow fell in thick, relentless flakes, piling up around her like a shroud. Her arms ached from clutching the bundle of matches, and her fingers, stiff and numb, could barely feel the rough wood of the sticks she held so tightly. The city's festive clamor had faded, replaced by an eerie quiet, broken only by the mournful howl of the wind and the occasional clatter of a distant carriage. Anna's breath came in shallow, frosty puffs, each one a reminder of the cold that seeped into her bones. Her stomach growled, a hollow, twisting pain that had long since become a constant companion. She tried to ignore it, to focus on the street, on the faint possibility that someone might stop and buy a match. But the street was nearly empty now, the last of the New Year's Eve revelers having retreated to their warm homes, their laughter and music sealed behind heavy doors. Anna was alone, a solitary figure in a world that seemed to have forgotten her. Her eyes, wide and glassy with exhaustion, drifted to the bundle in her arms. The matches were her lifeline, her only shield against her father's wrath. She hadn't sold a single one all day, and the weight of that failure pressed down on her heavier than the snow. She could almost hear her father's voice, slurred and venomous, promising punishment if she returned empty-handed. The thought made her shrink further into herself, her shoulders hunching as if to ward off a blow that hadn't yet come. She couldn't go home, not yet, not without something to show for her hours in the cold. But the cold was merciless, a living thing that clawed at her skin and burrowed into her chest. Her toes, numb for hours, now felt like they belonged to someone else, and her fingers trembled so violently she feared she might drop the matches into the snow. She shifted her weight, trying to coax some feeling back into her limbs, but the movement only sent a sharp pang through her legs. She was so tired, so very tired, and the temptation to sit down to let the snow cover her and lull her into sleep was almost overwhelming. But sleep, she knew, was dangerous. Sleep in this cold could mean never waking up. Her gaze fell again to the matches. They were nothing special, just thin sticks of wood tipped with sulfur, crude and cheap. But to Anna, they were something more. They were light. They were warmth. They were a fleeting promise of something better than this endless, aching cold. She had seen matches struck before, had watched their tiny flames dance in the dark, casting a glow that seemed to push back the shadows. The thought of that warmth, even for a moment, was a siren's call tugging at her resolve. She shook her head, trying to banish the thought. The matches weren't hers to use. They were for selling, for earning the coins that might keep her father's anger at bay. To light one would be to steal from him, to invite his fury. But the cold was so fierce, so all-consuming, that the idea of a single spark, a single moment of relief, was almost too much to resist. Her fingers, as if acting on their own, tightened around one of the matches, pulling it free from the bundle. She held it up her breath, catching as she studied its tip, gray and rough against the pale wood. But the cold was a monster, and she was so small, so weak against it. With a quick, desperate motion, she dragged the match across the wall. There was a soft hiss, a spark, and then light. A tiny flame bloomed at the tip of the match. Fragile but fierce, its golden glow cutting through the darkness like a knife. Anna gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. The flame was so small, yet it felt like a miracle, a defiance of the night that had tried to crush her. She cupped her hands around the flame, shielding it from the wind. The warmth, faint but real, kissed her frozen fingers, sending a shiver of relief through her body. For the first time in hours, she felt something other than pain. She stared into the flame, mesmerized by its dance, by the way it flickered and swayed alive, in a way she hadn't felt in so long. And then something extraordinary happened. In the glow of the match, the air seemed to shimmer like heat rising from a summer road. The brick wall before her faded, and in its place, Anna saw a vision so vivid it stole her breath. A fireplace materialized its stone hearth, sturdy and wide, with logs crackling merrily in a blaze of red and gold. The flames leapt high, casting a warm, inviting light that bathed the room in a soft glow. The heat from the fire reached out to her, wrapping her in an embrace she hadn't known since her mother's arms. Anna's lips parted in a silent cry of joy. She could feel the warmth, not just on her hands, but deep in her chest, thawing the ice that had settled there. The room around the fireplace was simple but cozy, with a wooden table and chairs, a braided rug, and shelves lined with books. It was the kind of place Anna had only ever dreamed of. A home where the cold couldn't reach, where hunger was a stranger. She stepped closer, her bare feet no longer touching snow, but a smooth wooden floor warm from the fire's radiance. She stretched out her hands, marveling at the way the heat soaked into her skin, chasing away the numbness. For a moment, she was no longer the match girl, no longer the forgotten child of a broken man. She was just Anna, safe and warm in a world that felt like it could be hers. She laughed, a soft, disbelieving sound that echoed in the quiet of the vision. The fire crackled in response, as if welcoming her. She wanted to stay here forever, to curl up on a rug and let the warmth lull her into a dreamless sleep. She could almost smell the wood smoke, could almost hear the soft pop of the logs as they burned. It was so real, so perfect, that she forgot the alley, the snow, the matches in her arms. But then the flame in her hand flickered. Anna's heart lurched as the light began to fade, the fireplace wavering like a reflection in a disturbed pond. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please don't go." She leaned closer to the match, willing it to stay alive, but the flame was too small, too fragile. With a final feeble sputter, it died, plunging her back into the cold, dark alley. The vision vanished. The fireplace, the warm room, the safety. They were gone, as if they had never been. Anna stood frozen, her hands still cupped around the now dead match, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold rushed back fiercer than before, as if punishing her for daring to dream. Her fingers, so briefly warmed, ached with a new intensity, and her heart felt heavier than ever. The alley was just as it had been, dark, empty, unforgiving. The snow continued to fall, indifferent to her loss. Anna stared at the blackened match in her hand, tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. She wanted to cry, to scream, to demand that the vision return. It had been so real, so close. For a moment she had been warm, safe, loved, and now she was back in the cold with nothing but a bundle of matches and a father who would never understand. But even as despair threatened to swallow her, a spark of something else flickered in her chest. The match had given her something, however brief. It had shown her a world beyond the alley, a world where warmth and light were possible. Maybe, just maybe, another match could bring it back. Her fingers, trembling with both cold and anticipation, reached for the bundle again. She didn't care about her father's anger. Not now. She needed that warmth, that hope, even if it was only for a moment. With a steadying breath, Anna pulled another match free. Her heart raced as she held it up, the sulfur tip glinting faintly in the dim light. She didn't know what she would see this time, or if the vision would return, but she knew she had to try. The cold was too much, the darkness too heavy. She needed light, needed warmth, needed something to hold on to. She pressed the match against the wall, her hands shaking but resolute. With a quick, determined stroke, she struck it, and the alley was once again pierced by a tiny, defiant flame. The Little Match Girl, Part 3, Dreams in the Flame. The second match flared to life, its tiny flame a beacon in the oppressive darkness of the alley. Anna's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The cold which had reclaimed her so cruelly when the first match died seemed to retreat just a fraction, held at bay by the fragile light in her trembling hands. She cupped the flame, carefully shielding it from the biting wind that swirled through the narrow street, her heart pounding with the hope that this time the vision would last. The snow continued to fall soft and relentless. But for now, Anna's world was reduced to the golden glow before her, a lifeline in the endless winter night. The air shimmered again, just as it had before, and the grim reality of the alley began to dissolve. The brick wall, the slush beneath her feet, the distant wail of the wind all faded, replaced by a scene so vivid it felt like stepping into a dream. Before Anna's eyes, a grand dining table materialized, stretching long and wide, draped in a pristine white cloth that gleamed in the soft light of a chandelier overhead. The table was laden with a feast unlike anything she had ever seen. A golden brown roast goose, its skin crisp and glistening. Platters of steaming potatoes, glazed carrots, and green beans dotted with butter. Baskets of fresh-baked bread, their crusts warm and fragrant. And delicate crystal dishes filled with ruby-red cranberry sauce and creamy puddings. At the center, a towering cake stood frosted in swirls of white and adorned with sugared berries that sparkled like jewels. Anna's mouth watered, the scent of the food so real it made her stomach twist with a hunger sharper than ever. She could almost taste the richness of the goose, the sweetness of the cake, the warmth of the bread as it crumbled in her hands. Her eyes darted across the table, drinking in every detail. The polished silverware, the gleaming goblets filled with deep red wine, the napkins folded into perfect squares. It was a banquet fit for a king, yet it was here in this impossible moment just for her. The room around the table was as magnificent as the feast itself. High ceilings arched overhead, painted with murals of cherubs and clouds, their colors softened by the glow of the chandelier. Tall windows lined one wall, their panes frosted with intricate patterns, though no cold seeped through them. A fire roared in a massive hearth, its flames casting dancing shadows across the polished wooden floor. The warmth enveloped Anna, soaking into her frozen limbs, thawing the ache that had settled in her bones. She felt weightless, as if the burdens of the alley, the hunger, the fear, the cold had been lifted, if only for a moment. She stepped closer to the table, her bare feet sinking into a plush rug that felt like walking on clouds. Her hands, still clutching the match, trembled with a longing so fierce it threatened to overwhelm her. She wanted to reach out to touch the food to prove it was real. She imagined sitting at the table, her plate piled high, her belly full for the first time in years. She pictured herself laughing, surrounded by people who loved her, their voices warm and kind. The thought brought a smile to her lips, small and hesitant, but real. For the first time that night, Anna felt something close to joy. But even as she stood there, basking in the vision, a shadow of doubt crept in. The flame in her hand flickered, its light wavering as the match burned lower. Anna's heart clenched. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Not yet. She leaned closer to the flame, willing it to hold on to keep the dream alive. The table, the food, the warmth, they were so close, so perfect she couldn't lose them. Not now. Desperate, she reached for another match, fumbling with the bundle in her arms. Her fingers, clumsy from the cold, nearly dropped the precious sticks, but she managed to pull one free. With a quick, frantic motion, she struck it against the wall, and a new flame sprang to life, brighter and stronger than the last. The dining table vanished, the room dissolving like mist. But before Anna could cry out, a new vision took its place. This time, she stood beneath a towering Christmas tree, its branches heavy with ornaments that glittered in the soft light of 1,000 tiny candles. The tree was magnificent, its needles a deep, vibrant green draped with ribbons of red and gold tinsel that shimmered like starlight, and glass baubles that caught the candlelight and threw it back in a kaleidoscope of colors. Beneath the tree, a sea of presents spilled across the floor, wrapped in bright paper and tied with satin bows. The air was filled with the scent of pine and wax, and somewhere faint but clear, Anna heard the strains of a carol sung by voices she couldn't see. Her breath caught her eyes wide with wonder. She had seen Christmas trees before in the windows of wealthy homes, but none like this. This tree was a marvel, a symbol of everything the season promised. Hope, joy, love. Anna stepped forward, her bare feet brushing against a soft carpet, the warmth of the room wrapping around her like a blanket. She reached out her fingers, grazing the edge of a low-hanging ornament, a delicate star that spun gently at her touch. It was cool and smooth, and for a moment she felt as if she belonged here, as if this magical place was hers. She imagined herself unwrapping the presents, her hands tearing through the paper to reveal treasures inside. Perhaps a doll with a porcelain face, or a pair of warm boots, or a book filled with stories of faraway lands. She pictured herself sitting beneath the tree, surrounded by a family she didn't know, but could almost feel their laughter filling the air. The thought was so vivid, so intoxicating, that Anna forgot the alley, forgot the cold, forgot the match burning in her hand. But the flame, like all flames, was fleeting. It flickered, its light dimming as the match burned down to its base. Anna's heart lurched, a cry rising in her throat. "No, please," she begged, her voice breaking. She clutched the match tighter, as if she could will it to stay alive. But the flame wavered, then died, plunging her back into the darkness of the alley. The Christmas tree vanished, the warmth and light snuffed out in an instant. The cold rushed in fiercer than ever, wrapping around Anna like a vice. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, her body shaking as the reality of the alley reasserted itself. The snow was deeper now, clinging to her dress, her hair, her eyelashes. Her feet, numb and aching, felt like blocks of ice, and her hands, which had so briefly known warmth, were stiff with cold. Once more, Anna stared at the blackened match in her hand, her chest tight with a grief she couldn't name. The visions had been so real, so close, she could still smell the pine, still see the glitter of the ornaments they had given her, a taste of a world she could never have, and the loss of it was almost more than she could bear. Tears welled in her eyes, hot against her frozen cheeks, but she blinked them away. Crying wouldn't bring the visions back, nothing would, and yet even as despair threatened to swallow her, a stubborn spark of hope refused to die. The matches had shown her something first, the fireplace, then the feast, and now the Christmas tree. Each flame had brought a new dream, a new glimpse of a life beyond the alley. Maybe the next match would bring something even better, something that could last. The thought was dangerous, reckless, but Anna was too cold, too desperate to care. Her fingers, trembling but determined, reached for the bundle again. She knew she shouldn't. She knew the matches were for selling, that each one she burned was a step closer to her father's anger. But the cold was a monster, and the visions were a lifeline. A way to escape, even if only for a moment. She pulled another match free, her breath hitching as she held it up. The sulfur tip gleamed faintly in the dim light, a promise of light, of warmth, of something more. Anna pressed the match against the wall, her heart racing with a mix of fear and longing. She didn't know what she would see this time, or if the visions would break her heart again. But she had to try. The cold was too much, the darkness too heavy, and the dreams, however fleeting, were all she had left. With a quick, resolute stroke, she struck the match, and the alley was once again pierced by a tiny, defiant flame. The Little Match Girl, Part 4, The Vision of Her Grandmother. The third match sputtered to life, its frail flame trembling in the icy grip of the wind. Anna's hands, raw and shaking, curled protectively around the light. her breath forming fleeting clouds as she leaned closer to the tiny spark. The alley with its snow-drenched shadows and biting cold seemed to hold its breath, as if the world itself paused to witness the miracle unfolding in the girl's frost-bitten fingers. Her heart pounded a fragile rhythm of hope and dread as she waited for the vision she knew would come. The matches had not failed her yet. Each one had painted a dream more vivid than the last, a fleeting escape from the merciless night. But with every flame that died, the return to reality grew harder. The cold, more punishing, the loneliness, more profound. The air shimmered and the alley melted away. The snow, the brick wall, the slush that numbed her feet all vanished, replaced by a soft, radiant light that seemed to pulse with warmth. Anna blinked her eyes, adjusting to the glow, and then she saw her. Standing before her, bathed in a halo of golden light, was her grandmother. The old woman's face was just as Anna remembered, gentle-lined with the soft wrinkles of a life well lived, her gray hair pulled back in a loose bun, her eyes twinkling with a kindness that had once been Anna's whole world. She wore a simple dress, the same faded blue one she'd worn when she'd sat by the fire, telling Anna stories of faraway lands and forgotten heroes. But now she seemed younger, stronger, as if the years and the hardships had been lifted from her shoulders. Grandma Anna whispered, her voice cracking with a mix of joy and disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks, hot against the cold that still clung to her skin. She took a hesitant step forward, her bare feet sinking into a floor that felt like soft grass, warm and yielding. The alley was gone, replaced by a place that was neither room nor field, but something in between. A dreamscape where the laws of the world no longer applied. The light around her grandmother seemed to pulse, wrapping Anna in a warmth that reached deeper than her frozen limbs, touching the ache in her heart. Her grandmother smiled a smile so familiar it made Anna's chest tighten with longing. It was the smile that had greeted her when she'd run into her grandmother's arms as a little girl. The smile that had promised safety and love in a world that offered neither. "My sweet Anna," her grandmother said, her voice soft but clear, like the chime of a distant bell. The sound was a balm soothing the raw edges of Anna's fear, her hunger, her despair. She wanted to run to her, to bury her face in her grandmother's dress and sob until the pain of the night was washed away. But she hesitated, afraid that moving too quickly might shatter the vision as the others had shattered before. "Don't be afraid, child," her grandmother said, her eyes never leaving Anna's. She extended a hand, her fingers steady and inviting. "Come to me." The words were a command and a comfort, and Anna felt something inside her break a dam of fear and restraint that had held her back. She stumbled forward, her legs weak but determined, and fell into her grandmother's arms. The embrace was warm, solid, real, in a way the fireplace, the feast, and the Christmas tree had not been. Anna buried her face in her grandmother's shoulder, breathing in the faint scent of lavender and wood smoke, a scent that carried her back to the days when her world had been whole. "Oh, Grandma," Anna sobbed, her voice muffled against the fabric of her grandmother's dress. "I've missed you so much." The tears came freely now, a flood she could no longer contain. She clung to her grandmother, her small hands gripping tightly as if letting go would send her tumbling back to the alley. Her grandmother held her close, one hand stroking Anna's tangled hair, the other resting gently on her back. The warmth of the embrace was like a fire burning away the cold, the hunger, the fear that had defined her night. For the first time in years, Anna felt safe. There, my darling. Her grandmother murmured, her voice a lullaby. You're with me now. She pulled back slightly, just enough to cup Anna's face in her hands, her thumbs brushing away the tears that streaked her cheeks. Anna looked up, her eyes searching her grandmother's face, afraid to find a hint that this was just another fleeting dream. But her grandmother's gaze was steady, her touch unwavering, and for a moment Anna dared to believe that this vision would not fade. Why did you leave me? Anna asked, her voice small and trembling. The question had haunted her since her grandmother's death, a wound that had never healed. Her grandmother had been her anchor, the one person who had seen her, loved her, even when her father's anger and her mother's absence had left her adrift. When she died, taken by the same fever that had claimed her mother, Anna had been left alone, a child navigating a world that seemed to grow colder with each passing day. Her grandmother's eyes softened, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. I never wanted to leave you, Anna, she said, but I'm here now, and I won't let you go. The words were a promise, and Anna clung to them, desperate to believe. She wanted to ask more, to pour out the pain and fear that had filled the years since her grandmother's death, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she pressed herself closer, soaking in the warmth, the love, the safety of this moment. The light around them seemed to brighten the air, filled with a soft hum, like the echo of a distant song. Anna glanced around, realizing that the space they stood in was changing, shifting into something new. The ground beneath her feet became a meadow dotted with wildflowers that glowed faintly in the golden light. The sky above was a deep, endless blue, streaked with clouds that shimmered like spun gold. It was a place of peace, of beauty, a place where the cold and the darkness of the alley could never reach. Anna's heart swelled, a fragile hope blooming within her. Maybe this was real. Maybe she could stay here with her grandmother forever. But then the match in her hand flickered. The flame, burning low, cast a wavering light, and Anna's breath hitched. The meadow trembled, the flowers blurring at the edges, and a cold dread settled in her chest. No, she whispered, her voice rising in panic. No, please don't go. She looked at her grandmother, her eyes wide with desperation. Stay with me, Grandma. Please. Her grandmother's smile was gentle, but there was a sadness in it now, a knowing that cut through Anna's hope. I'm here, Anna, she said, her voice steady but soft. But you must be strong. The words were cryptic, and Anna shook her head, refusing to understand. She couldn't lose this. Not now. Not when she had finally found her grandmother again. The flame sputtered, its light dimming, and Anna acted on instinct. She dropped the dying match and fumbled for another, her fingers clumsy with panic. The bundle of matches slipped in her grasp, but she caught it, pulling a new stick free with a frantic tug. I won't let you go, she said, her voice fierce, despite the tears streaming down her face. She struck the match against the wall, the hiss of the flame, a defiant cry against the darkness. The new light flared bright and strong, and the meadow steadied her grandmother's form, solidifying once more. But the effort had cost her. Anna's hands shook violently, her body weak from the cold and the hunger that gnawed at her. She could feel the alley waiting, its cold fingers reaching through the vision, ready to drag her back. Her grandmother stepped closer, her hands resting on Anna's shoulders, her touch grounding her. "You are so brave, my girl," she said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. "Hold on to that bravery." Anna wanted to argue, to beg her grandmother to stay, but the words wouldn't come. The warmth of the vision was slipping the meadow, fading at the edges, and she knew with a sinking heart that this moment couldn't last. The matches were burning too quickly, each one a fleeting bridge to a world she could never keep. But she wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. She clutched the bundle tighter, her eyes fixed on her grandmother's face, memorizing every detail, every line, every spark of love in her gaze. The flame in her hand burned brighter, and Anna made a silent vow. She would light another match and another until the cold could no longer touch her, until the darkness could no longer claim her. She didn't care about the consequences, about her father's anger, or the matches she was supposed to sell. All that mattered was this moment, this love, this light. With a trembling hand, she reached for another match, ready to strike it, ready to hold onto her grandmother for as long as the flames would allow. The Little Match Girl, Part 5, The Eternal Light. The fourth match flared in Anna's trembling hands, its flame a fragile defiance against the relentless cold of the alley. Her breath was shallow, each exhale a faint wisp that barely disturbed the falling snow. The night had grown heavier, the darkness thicker, as if the world itself was pressing down on her, urging her to surrender. But Anna clung to the light, her eyes fixed on the golden glow, her heart tethered to the vision of her grandmother that had brought her such fleeting solace. The cold was a beast gnawing at her bones, but the warmth of the flame and the love it summoned kept her fighting even as her strength ebbed away. The meadow with its glowing wildflowers and endless blue sky shimmered back into existence, and there was her grandmother still standing before her, her presence as solid and comforting as ever. But there was something different now, a quiet urgency in her eyes, a softness that spoke of finality. Anna's heart clenched, a sob rising in her throat. She knew with a clarity that cut through her desperation that this moment was slipping away, that the matches could not hold back the night forever. Yet she refused to let go, her fingers tightening around the bundle in her arms, her resolve as fierce as the flame she held. Grandma Anna whispered, her voice barely audible, raw with emotion. "Don't leave me again, please." Her tears fell freely, tracing warm paths down her frozen cheeks, only to turn cold against her skin. She stepped closer, her bare feet sinking into the soft grass of the vision, her body trembling with the effort of standing. Her grandmother's arms opened, and Anna fell into them, burying her face in the familiar warmth, clinging to the one person who had ever made her feel truly loved. "My darling Anna." Her grandmother said, her voice a soothing melody, rich with love and sorrow. She held Anna tightly, one hand stroking her hair, the other resting gently on her back. "You've been so strong, so brave. I'm so proud of you." The words were a balm, easing the ache in Anna's chest, but they also carried a weight, a farewell that Anna wasn't ready to accept. She shook her head, her face pressed against her grandmother's dress as if she could anchor herself to this moment through sheer will. "I don't want to be brave," Anna said, her voice breaking. "I just want to stay with you." The meadow around them pulsed with light, the wildflowers glowing brighter, the sky deepening to a velvet blue. It was beautiful, perfect, a world where pain and cold and hunger didn't exist. Anna wanted to lose herself in it, to let the vision become her reality, to never return to the alley where the snow and the darkness waited. Her grandmother pulled back slightly, cupping Anna's face in her hands. Her touch was warm, steady, and her eyes held a depth of love that made Anna's heart ache. "You are never alone, Anna," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "I am always with you, even when you cannot see me." She brushed a tear from Anna's cheek, her thumb lingering on the girl's pale skin. "But you must let go of this cold place. Come with me, my love." Anna's breath hitched confusion and hope warring within her. "Come with you," she repeated, her voice trembling. She didn't understand, not fully, but the words stirred something deep inside her, a longing for release, for an end to the suffering that had defined her life. The match in her hand flickered, its flame burning low, and panic surged through her. "No," she cried, her voice sharp with fear. "If the light goes out, you'll leave me." Desperate, Anna fumbled for another match, her fingers clumsy and weak. The bundle slipped in her grasp, but she caught it, pulling out not one, but several sticks, her hands shaking with urgency. She struck them all at once, the flames bursting to life with a brilliance that lit up the alley like a star. The light was blinding, a radiant glow that banished the shadows and warmed her frozen skin. The meadow blazed into focus, more vivid than ever, and her grandmother's presence grew stronger, her form almost luminous in the dazzling light. Anna laughed, a sound of pure, trembling joy as the warmth enveloped her. The flames burned brightly, their heat chasing away the cold, their light holding the vision steady. Her grandmother smiled a smile that radiated love and peace and reached for Anna's hand. "Come, my child," she said, her voice a beacon calling Anna forward. "It's time." Anna hesitated, her eyes searching her grandmother's face. She felt the pull of the vision, the promise of a place where the pain of the alley could never reach her. But she also felt the weight of the matches in her arms, the reality of the cold, the fear of what lay beyond this moment. The flames were burning quickly, too quickly, and she knew they couldn't last. Yet in her grandmother's eyes she saw something new, a certainty, a promise that went beyond the fleeting dreams of the matches. With a trembling hand, Anna let the bundle of matches fall to her side. The flames in her other hand burned brighter, their light merging with the glow of the meadow until the line between vision and reality blurred. She took her grandmother's hand, her small fingers curling around the warmth, and felt a peace she had never known. The cold, the hunger, the fear, they were fading, dissolving like snow in the sun. Her body felt light, weightless, as if she were floating, carried by the love that had always been her anchor. The meadow began to change, the wildflowers rising into the air, their petals transforming into sparks of light that danced around her. The sky opened, revealing a vast, endless expanse of stars, each one pulsing with a warmth that filled Anna's heart. Her grandmother walked beside her, their hands clasped, and Anna felt no fear, only a quiet certainty that she was going somewhere safe, somewhere home. Back in the alley, the flames of the matches burned out one by one, their light fading into the darkness. Anna's small form lay still curled in the snow, her face serene, a faint smile touching her lips. The bundle of matches was scattered around her, their blackened tips a testament to the dreams they had sparked. The snow continued to fall, covering her gently like a blanket as the city slept, unaware of the girl who had found her way to a light that would never fade. When morning came, the first rays of dawn would find her, her body cold but her expression peaceful, as if she had seen something beautiful in her final moments. The people who passed by would pause, their hearts heavy with pity for the little match girl who had died in the night. They would never know of the visions that had carried her away, of the grandmother who had guided her to a place of eternal warmth. But Anna, in that final radiant moment, had known she had followed the light, and it had led her home. Story: The King of the Cats. The village of Grimblewick perched on the edge of the Black Mire, a stretch of bog and bracken where the mists never quite lifted, and the stars seemed to watch with knowing eyes. It was a place of quiet beauty, its cottages huddled against winds that carried whispers of the old world, tales of spirits fey, and creatures that walked the line between beast and myth. In one such cottage, its walls weathered but warm, lived Jonas Tuttle, a peat cutter with hands rough as oak and a heart steady as the earth, and his wife Eliza, whose sharp wit and gentle laugh could coax a smile from the grimmest storm. Jonas was no stranger to the mire's moods. He spent his days knee-deep in its dark waters, slicing peat to fuel Grimblewick's hearths. His evenings by the fire with Eliza, their cat Grimalkin curled at their feet. Grimalkin was a creature of shadow and silver, his fur black as midnight, his eyes green as moshfire. He moved with a grace that seemed too deliberate, his gaze too knowing. But Jonas and Eliza loved him, feeding him scraps of fish and letting him roam as he pleased. "He's our king," Eliza would say, scratching his chin, and Grimalkin would purr a sound like the mire's own hum on a night when the moon hung low, its light slicing through the mist like a blade. Jonas trudged home later than usual. The peat had been stubborn, the bog reluctant to yield, and his lantern flickered as he navigated the narrow path from the mire. The air was thick, the silence broken only by the squelch of his boots and the distant cry of a curlew. He was a practical man, not given to fancies, but the mire felt different tonight, alive, watchful, as if it held a secret it wasn't ready to share. As he rounded a bend where the path skirted a ring of gnarled willows, a sound stopped him cold, a low, mournful chant, not human, but not wholly beast. He doused his lantern, his pulse quickening, and crouched behind a willow, peering through the mist. What he saw defied reason, a procession of cats, dozens of them, their fur glinting in the moonlight, tabby ginger, black, white, each moving with a solemn grace. They carried a tiny bier woven from reeds on which lay a cat, its body still, its eyes closed, its fur a regal silver that shimmered like starlight. Jonas held his breath, his hands gripping the willow's bark. The cats chanted their voices a eerie harmony, and at their head walked a figure, not a cat, but a shadow tall, and cloaked its eyes glowing like embers. It raised a paw, no a hand, and the procession halted. The bier set gently on the ground. The shadow spoke its voice, a rumble that Jonas felt in his bones. "The king of the cats is dead," it said. "His reign ends and the mire mourns. But a new king will rise as the old laws decree." The cats bowed their tails low, and the shadow vanished, dissolving into the mist. The procession resumed moving toward the heart of the mire, where the bog was deepest and the stars never reached. Jonas waited, his heart pounding, until the last cat disappeared, their chant fading into silence. He stood, his legs shaky, and relit his lantern, its flame trembling as much as he did. "Madness," he muttered, but the image burned in his mind. The beer, the silver cat, the shadow's words. He hurried home, the mire's eyes on his back. Eliza was by the hearth when he stumbled in her needle, pausing mid-stitch as she saw his face. Grimalkin lounged on the rug, his green eyes glinting, his tail flicking like a metronome. "Jonas, you're pale as a ghost," Eliza said, setting her sewing aside. "What's happened?" He sank into a chair, his boots still caked with bog mud, and told her everything. The procession, the beer, the shadow, the chant. His voice was steady, but his hands shook, and Eliza listened, her brow furrowing. "Cats holding a funeral," she said, half laughing, half wary. "You've been in the mire too long, love." It was a trick of the mist. Jonas shook his head, his eyes distant. "It was real, Eliza. I saw it clear as day. They spoke of a king of the cats, and he's dead. Something's coming. I feel it." Grimalkin stretched his claws, flexing, and leapt onto the table, his gaze fixed on Jonas. The cat's eyes seemed to burn, not with anger, but with a curiosity that made Eliza's skin prickle. "Don't you start," she said, shooing him down. "You're no king, just a lazy mouser." Grimalkin purred, but his stare lingered, and Jonas felt a chill, as if the cat understood more than he should. Eliza poured Jonas a mug of cider, her voice light to ease the tension. "If there's a king of the cats, he's got better things to do than haunt our peat cutter. Sleep it off, Jonas. The mire plays tricks." But sleep was elusive. Jonas lay awake, the procession replaying in his mind, while Eliza tossed her dreams filled with cats and shadows. Grimalkin sat by the window, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight, his eyes on the mire. The cottage felt smaller. The air charged as if the boundary between their world and another had thinned. The next morning Grimblewick buzzed with its usual rhythm, carts creaking, hens clucking, the blacksmith's hammer ringing. Jonas returned to the mire, his spade heavier than usual, his eyes scanning the willows for signs of the night before. The bog was quiet, its surface unbroken, but he found a single reed, woven like the beer, half buried in the peat. He tucked it into his pocket, a proof he hadn't dreamed it, and worked in silence. The shadow's words, "A new king will rise," echoing like a drum. Eliza meanwhile tended the cottage, her hands busy, but her mind restless. She swept the floor, fed the hens, and eyed Grimalkin, who lounged by the hearth, his tail flicking. "You're too quiet today," she said, half joking. "Planning a coronation, are you?" The cat blinked slow and deliberate, and Eliza laughed, but a prickle ran down her spine. She'd lived in Grimblewick long enough to know the mire held secrets, and Jonas's tale, wild as it seemed, carried a truth she couldn't shake. By dusk, Jonas returned, his face grim. He showed Eliza the reed, its weave, intricate, unnatural. "It's no trick," he said, his voice low. "Something's stirring, Eliza. The cats. They're not just beasts, and that shadow, it wasn't human." Eliza took the reed, her fingers tracing its pattern. "Then we keep our wits about us." she said, her wit steadying her. If the Myers got a king, we're not his subjects. We'll watch, and we'll wait. Grimalkin leapt onto the table, his eyes locking on the reed. He hissed a sound Eliza had never heard and swiped it to the floor, his claws glinting. Jonas stepped back, his hand on his knife, but Eliza grabbed the cat, her voice firm. Enough, you rogue. No kings here. Grimalkin squirmed, then went limp, his purr returning, but his gaze never left the reed. That night, the cottage was a fortress of unease. Jonas barred the door, Eliza kept a poker by the hearth, and Grimalkin prowled his movements, too precise, too purposeful. The mire outside was silent, but its silence was a weight, a promise of something vast and unseen. Jonas and Eliza sat by the fire. Their hands clasped, their eyes on the cat who was no longer just a cat. Unseen, the willows in the mire swayed, though no wind stirred. A shadow moved its eyes like embers, and the bog hummed, waiting for the new king to claim his crown. Grimblewick slept unaware that the line between worlds was fraying, and Jonas and Eliza stood at its edge, caught in a tale older than the hills. The village of Grimblewick clung to the edge of the black mire like a stubborn weed. Its cottages bathed in the pale light of a dawn that struggled to pierce the ever-present mist. The air was heavy, laced with the scent of peat and the faint hum of something older than the hills, something that Jonas Tuttle felt in his bones as he trudged to the bog, his spade slung over his shoulder. The memory of the midnight procession, the cats, the beer. The cloaked shadow proclaiming the death of the king of the cats had not faded. It clung to him like damp earth, a riddle he couldn't shake. The woven reed in his pocket proof of that unearthly night seemed to pulse faintly, a reminder that the mire was watching. Back at the cottage, Eliza Tuttle swept the hearth, her movements brisk but her mind restless. Jonas's tale had unsettled her more than she'd let on. She was a woman of wit and warmth, quick to laugh off village superstitions. But the black mire was no ordinary place. Its bogs swallowed secrets. Its willows whispered truths no one dared speak, and Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marshfire, was acting stranger by the day. He no longer lounged by the fire, content with fish scraps. He prowled his steps silent, his gaze fixed on the windows as if waiting for a summons. Only he could hear. Off with you. Then, Eliza said, shooing Grimalkin from the table where he'd perched his tail flicking like a pendulum. You're no help with chores. The cat blinked slow and deliberate and leapt to the sill. His silhouette sharp against the misty dawn, Eliza's laugh was forced, her hand tightening on the broom. Kings of cats indeed, she muttered, but her eyes lingered on Grimalkin, a prickle of unease curling in her chest. The village was stirring its rhythm, unbroken but strained. Whispers of Jonas's tale had spread, carried by the tavern keeper's loose tongue, and Grimblewick's folk were divided. Some scoffed, blaming the mire's fog for addling his wits. Others, older and wiser, spoke of the old laws of creatures that ruled the shadows when men were not looking. The blacksmith, a grizzled man named Hodge, cornered Jonas at the bog's edge, his hammer idle. You saw what you saw, Tuttle, he said, his voice low. The mire's got its kings, and they don't take kindly to being spied on. Mind your step, Jonas grunted, slicing peat with a steady hand. I'm no spy, Hodge, just a man doing his work, but I'll not deny what I saw. He patted the reed in his pocket, its warmth a quiet defiance. The blacksmith nodded his eyes on the willows and left Jonas to his labor, the bog's silence heavier than ever. By midday, the village square was alive with trade fishwives hawking their catch, children dodging carts, a fiddler coaxing a tune from weathered strings. Eliza joined the bustle, her basket filled with eggs to barter her wit sharp as she haggled with the baker. But her eyes kept straying to the alleys where cats gathered in unusual numbers. Tabby Ginger, white, their gazes fixed on her like sentinels. A black cat, not Grimalkin, but eerily similar, brushed her ankle, its purr a low rumble that made her skin prickle. "Shoo," she said, stepping back, but the cat held her gaze, its eyes glinting with a knowing she couldn't name. At the cottage, Grimalkin was no longer on the sill. Eliza found him in the garden, crouched among the herbs, his claws raking a pattern in the dirt spirals sharp and deliberate, like the ones Jonas had described on the bier. She froze, her basket slipping. "What are you up to, you rogue?" she whispered, but Grimalkin only stared, his eyes burning, and darted into the bracken before she could grab him. The spirals remained glowing faintly in the noon light, and Eliza's heart thudded. She swept them away, her broom trembling, but the ground seemed to hum as if the mire itself approved. Jonas returned at dusk, his face lined with fatigue, but his eyes sharp. He found Eliza by the hearth, her sewing untouched, her gaze on the door. "He's gone again," she said, her voice tight. "Grimalkin left those marks in the garden spirals. Jonas, like your beer, I don't like it." Jonas set his spade down the reed in his hand. "He's just a cat," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. He showed her the reed, its weave tighter now, as if it had grown in his pocket. "This isn't just a tale, Eliza. The mire's moving, and we're caught in it." They sat by the fire, the cottage, a fortress against the night, and spoke in low voices. Jonas recounted every detail: the cat's chant, the shadow's words, the silver cat on the bier. Eliza listened, her wit warring with her fear. "If there's a king," she said, "and he's dead, what's Grimalkin got to do with it? He's ours, isn't he?" Jonas's eyes darkened. "I don't know, but he's not acting like ours anymore." The night deepened, the mire's mist pressing against the windows. Grimalkin returned, slipping through a crack in the door, his fur damp with bog water. He didn't curl by the hearth, but sat in the center of the room, his eyes locked on Jonas and Eliza. The reed on the table quivered, and a low hum filled the cottage, not from Grimalkin, but from the air itself. Eliza's hand found Jonas's, her voice a whisper. "What do you want?" Cat Grimalkin's tail flicked, and for a moment his shadow on the wall was wrong. Too large, too sharp, with ears like a crown. He opened his mouth, not to meow, but to speak his voice, a rasp that seemed to come from the mire itself. "The king is dead," he said, each word a stone. "The crown waits." Jonas leapt to his feet, his knife drawn, but Eliza grabbed his arm, her eyes wide. "Grimalkin," she gasped. You spoke." The cat didn't answer. He leapt to the sill, his eyes blazing, and was gone. The door swinging open to reveal a mist that glowed with faint feline shapes. The reed on the table flared, then crumbled to ash, and the hum grew louder, a chant like the one Jonas had heard. The cottage shook, the fire flaring, and Eliza's scream was swallowed by the sound. Jonas ran to the door, his knife useless against the mist. "Grimalkin," he shouted, but the cat was a shadow darting toward the mire. Eliza followed her shawl, flapping her fear, giving way to a stubborn resolve. "We're not losing him," she said, her voice fierce. Not to some bog king nonsense. They plunged into the mire, the path slick under their boots, the willows looming like sentinels. Cats watched from the bracken, their eyes glinting dozens, hundreds, their forms shifting in the mist. The chant grew a chorus of voices that wasn't human, and Jonas clutched Eliza's hand, the memory of the procession driving him forward. "He's part of this," he said, his breath ragged. "The new king, they meant him." Eliza's eyes burned her wit, sharpening. "Then we'll find him and we'll bring him home. King or not, he's ours." The mire opened before them, its bogs parting to reveal a circle of stones older than Grimblewick, their surfaces etched with spirals that glowed like Grimalkin's eyes. At the center stood a throne of twisted roots, empty but alive, its wood pulsing with a light that wasn't moonlight. Cats ringed the stones, their chant a hymn to something vast, and Grimalkin stood before the throne, his fur rippling his form larger, sharper, as if the mire itself was reshaping him. The shadow from the procession appeared, its cloak a swirl of mist, its eyes like embers. "The crown is claimed," it said, its voice a tide. "Grimalkin, son of the mire, rises. Will you kneel or will you challenge?" Jonas stepped forward, his knife raised, but Eliza pulled him back, her wisdom matching Lillian's from another tale. "He's no king yet," she said, her voice cutting through the chant. "He's our cat and will not let you take him." Grimalkin turned, his eyes meeting theirs, and for a moment he was their mouser again, soft and familiar. But the throne's light flared, and he growled a sound that shook the stones. The shadow laughed, its form dissolving, and the cats surged their eyes, a sea of fire. Jonas and Eliza stood hand in hand, the mire closing around them. The game of kings was not over, and Grimalkin, caught between worlds, was the key. The chant rose, the throne waited, and Grimblewick's fate hung in the balance, a tale written in mist and shadow. The black mire was a realm unto itself, a labyrinth of bog and bracken, where the mist curled like spirits, and the ground whispered secrets older than Grimblewick's stones. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood at its heart, their boots sinking into the peat, their hands clasped against the chill that wasn't entirely from the night. Before them loomed the circle of ancient stones, their spirals glowing with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat, and at its center a throne of twisted roots alive with a shimmer that defied the moon. Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marsh fire, stood before it, his form larger, sharper, as if the mire was weaving him into something more than a mouser cat's. Hundreds of them ringed the stones, their eyes a sea of fire, their chant a hymn that shook the air. The shadow from the procession, its cloak a swirl of mist, had vanished, but its words lingered. "The crown is claimed. Will you kneel or will you challenge?" Jonas's knife trembled in his hand, its blade useless against the mire's magic. Eliza's shawl fluttered her wit, a shield against the fear clawing her chest. Grimalkin, she called, her voice cutting through the chant. "You're ours, not some bog king's. Come home, or I'll drag you by the tail." Her words were fierce, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Grimalkin's gaze, once soft with purrs, was now a storm torn between worlds. The cat turned, his fur rippling like liquid shadow, and for a moment he was their Grimalkin, the mouser who'd napped by their hearth. But the throne's light flared, and he growled a sound that rumbled through the stones, his form swelling until he stood as tall as a hound, his eyes blazing green. The cat's chant grew louder, a chorus of voices that wasn't feline but ancient, and Jonas stepped forward, his voice steady despite the weight of the mire. "You're no king yet," he said, echoing Eliza. "You're part of our home. Fight this, or we'll fight for you." The throne pulsed its roots, writhing like serpents, and a wind swept through the circle, carrying a laugh that wasn't the shadows, but something deeper, woven into the bog itself. The cats parted their eyes, fixed on Jonas and Eliza, and Grimalkin leapt onto the throne, his claws sinking into the wood. A crown of mist formed above his head, not solid but alive, its tendrils curling like smoke. "The old laws bind me," he said, his voice a rasp that echoed in their bones. "The king is dead. The mire calls its heir." Eliza's breath caught her hand tightening on Jonas's. "You spoke again," she whispered, her wit faltering. "Grimalkin, what are you?" The cat's eyes softened a flicker of their mouser, but the crown's weight pressed on him, and he growled, his form shimmering between cat and something vast, with ears like a crown and claws like daggers. "I am Grimalkin," he said, born of the mire, bound to its will. "The crown is mine, but you." He paused, his gaze piercing. "You tether me to your world. Release me or follow." Jonas's knife dropped, his practical heart wrestling with the impossible. "Follow to where you're our cat." Not some spirit's pawn, but the mire's hum was a tide pulling at him, and he saw the truth in Grimalkin's eyes. A creature caught between realms, neither fully beast nor king, but something both. Eliza stepped closer, her shawl slipping, her voice fierce. "We're not releasing you, you stubborn rogue. You've eaten our fish, slept on our rug. If you're a king, you're our king, and we'll not let this bog steal you." She reached for him, her hand trembling, but the throne's light flared, and Grimalkin hissed, leaping back, his form blurring as the crown tightened its grip. The cats surged their chant, a roar, and the stones glowed brighter, their spirals spinning like eyes. A figure emerged from the mist, not the shadow, but a woman, her hair woven with reeds, her eyes green as Grimalkin's. She was no human, her presence, a weight that made the bog tremble, and Jonas and Eliza froze, their hands clasped. "You are bold," she said, her voice a melody of water and wind. "I am the lady of the mire, keeper of the old laws. The king of the cats must rise, and Grimalkin is chosen. Will you defy the crown?" Jonas's voice was rough, his peat cutter's stubbornness rising. "We defy nothing. He's ours, and we'll not let him go without a fight. What's this crown, and why him?" The lady's eyes glinted, amused but sharp. "The king of the cats rules the between worlds, the shadows where man and myth meet. The old king fell. His reign ended, and the mire chose Grimalkin for his heart, wild but loyal, fierce but kind. Your love binds him, but it cannot break the law." Eliza's wit snapped back, her fear burning away. "Loyal kind. Then let him choose. If he's a king, he's got a say, not some bog lady's decree." She glared at Grimalkin, who crouched on the throne, his form flickering between cat and king. "Speak, you furry fiend. Do you want this crown, or do you want us?" The cats fell silent, their eyes a sea of judgment, and Grimalkin's growl softened, his crown wavering. "You do not understand," he said, his voice a mix of pain and power. "The crown is not a choice, it is a call. If I refuse, the mire will claim another, and the balance will break. Shadows will spill into your world, and Grimblewick will fall. Jonas's heart sank the weight of the words crushing his practical soul. Then what do we do? Stand by while you vanish. Your family, Grimalkin king or not. The Lady of the Mire raised a hand, the mist curling around her. There is a path, she said, her voice a ripple. The crown must be claimed, but the king may carry a tether, a bond to your world. Enter the between worlds, with him prove your claim, and you may hold him still. But beware, the mire tests all who cross its veil. Eliza's eyes narrowed, her resolve iron a test. We've faced bogs and storms. We'll face your shadows. What's the price? The lady smiled, her teeth sharp as thorns. The price is truth. Face the mire's heart and show your bond is stronger than its call. Fail and you are lost forever. Jonas and Eliza exchanged a glance. Their hands tightening, they'd built a life together. Faced hunger cold and the mire's moods. Grimalkin was theirs, a piece of their heart, and they'd not let him go without a fight. We'll do it, Jonas said, his voice steady. For him, the lady nodded, and the throne's light erupted, engulfing the circle. The stones spun, the cats vanished, and the bog opened like a maw, swallowing Jonas. Eliza and Grimalkin, they fell not into water, but into shadow, a realm where the air was thick with whispers and the ground shifted like a dream. The between worlds was a maze of mist and memory, its paths lined with willows that bled light, its skies a swirl of stars that sang. Grimalkin stood beside them, his form flickering, Cat King something in between. The crown hovered above him, its mist tightening, and he growled his eyes on Jonas and Eliza. Stay close, he said, his voice a lifeline. The mire will test you, your fear, your love, your truth. Eliza clutched Jonas's hand, her wit a spark in the dark. We've got truth aplenty, you furry rogue, lead on, and don't you dare leave us. Jonas nodded, his knife sheathed, but his heart armed. The between worlds stretched before them, a labyrinth of trials, and Grimalkin moved his steps, a dance between worlds. The first test came swiftly, a path of mirrors, each reflecting not their faces, but their fears. Jonas saw himself alone, the mire swallowing Eliza and Grimalkin. His spade useless. Eliza saw the cottage burning. Her laughter silenced Jonas's hand slipping from hers. They gripped each other, their bond a shield, and Grimalkin's purr, soft but fierce, guided them through the mirrors shattering behind them. The second test was a river of shadow, its waters whispering doubts. You're nothing, it hissed to Jonas, a peat cutter no match for kings. To Eliza it sneered, your wit is weak, your love a chain. They faltered, but Grimalkin leapt into the water, his eyes blazing, and the river parted, his crown flaring as he roared, they are mine. The shadows fled, and Jonas and Eliza crossed, their hands wet, but their hearts whole. The third test loomed, a throne, not of roots, but of bone. Its crown solid now, a circlet of thorns and starlight. Grimalkin faced it, his form vast, his eyes torn. This is the heart, he said, his voice breaking, claim me or let me go. Jonas and Eliza stepped forward, the mire's weight crushing, but their love was a fire no shadow could douse. You're ours, Eliza said, her voice a vow. King or cat, you come home. The throne trembled, the crown wavered, and the between worlds roared, the test unfinished, the mire's heart still beating. Grimblewick waited its fate, tied to a cat and two humans who dared to challenge a king. The Between Worlds was a realm of shadow and dream, a place where the Blackmire's secrets took form, and the air thrummed with whispers older than the hills of Grimblewick. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood on a path of shifting mist. Their hands clasped, their hearts pounding as they faced the final test of the Mire's heart. Before them loomed a throne of bone, its jagged edges glowing with a light that wasn't starlight but something fiercer, hungrier. Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marsh fire, stood upon it. His form vast and regal, a crown of thorns and starlight hovering above his head. The Lady of the Mire's words echoed in the air. Face the Mire's heart and show your bond is stronger than its call. Fail and you are lost forever. The Between Worlds was no place for mortals, its paths twisted like thoughts lined with willows that wept light, their branches brushing Jonas's shoulders with a chill that wasn't cold, but memory flashes of Grimblewick's hearths, Eliza's laughter, Grimalkin's purr. The sky was a swirl of stars that sang their notes sharp as grief, and the ground beneath their boots pulsed like a living thing. Cats watched from the shadows, their eyes a constellation of judgment, their silence louder than any chant. Jonas's practical soul strained against the impossible. But his love for Grimalkin, for Eliza, was an anchor. Eliza's wit, sharp as a blade, cut through her fear. Her eyes fixed on the cat who was no longer just a cat. Grimalkin Eliza called, her voice steady, despite the throne's glow. You're not theirs yet. You're our mouser, our rogue. Fight that crown, or we'll fight it for you. Her shawl slipped her hair wild in the misty wind, but she stood tall, a peasant woman defying a realm of kings. Grimalkin's eyes burned, torn between worlds. His form flickered. Cat King. Something vast with claws like daggers and ears like a crown. The throne's light pulsed its bone humming, and the crown tightened its thorns, digging into the air above him. You cannot fight the mire. He rasped, his voice a tide of pain and power. The old laws bind me. If I refuse, the shadows spill, and your world drowns. Jonas stepped forward. His peat cutter's hands clenched his knife, sheathed but his heart armed. Then we change the laws. He said, his voice rough. You're part of us. Grimalkin, we've faced bogs and storms. We'll face this. He glanced at Eliza. Their bond, a fire that no shadow could douse, and she nodded, her resolve iron. The Between Worlds answered, the ground trembling, the willows bending as if in reverence. The cat's eyes flared, their forms shifting. Some grew wings of mist, others tails like serpents, their nature unbound in this realm. A figure emerged, not the Lady of the Mire, but the shadow from the procession. Its cloak a swirl of bog water, its eyes like embers. Mortals. It said, its voice a rumble. You challenge the crown. Prove your claim or join the Mire's heart. Eliza's wit sparked her fear, a distant echo. Prove it, we've crossed your river, shattered your mirrors. Grimalkin's ours by love, not law. What more do you want? The shadow's laugh was a gust that shook the stars. The heart demands truth, yours. His the bond you claim. Face the final trial and let the mire judge. It raised a hand, and the throne of bones split, revealing a chasm where light and shadow swirled, a vortex that sang of loss and longing. Enter, it said. Speak your truth and hold him fast. Jonas's heart thudded, the chasm's pull like a tide. What's in there? He asked, his voice steady, but his eyes wary. The heart of the mire, The shadow said, "Where kings are forged and bonds are tested, step in or step back. The choice is yours." Eliza gripped Jonas's hand, her eyes on Grimalkin. "We're not stepping back," she said, her voice a vow. "He's ours, king or not." She turned to the cat, her gaze fierce. "You hear me, you furry fiend? We're coming for you." Grimalkin's growl softened a flicker of their mouser in his eyes. But the crown's thorns tightened, and he leapt into the chasm, his form swallowed by the vortex. The cats roared their voices a storm, and Jonas and Eliza followed, their hands locked, their love a shield against the unknown. The between worlds closed behind them, the throne sealing the stars silent. The chasm was no mere darkness, it was a realm within a realm, a tapestry of memory and myth. Jonas and Eliza fell not through air, but through moments, their first meeting in Grimblewick Square. Eliza's laugh as Jonas tripped over a cart, their evenings by the hearth, Grimalkin purring between them. The nights when the Myers wind howled and they held each other, a family against the world. The memories were vivid, sharp, but laced with shadows. Doubts, fears, the moments they'd faltered. They landed on a plain of mist, the ground soft but unsteady, and Grimalkin stood before them, his form vast, his crown solid now, its thorns glinting like blades. The chasm's light pulsed, revealing figures, not cats, but echoes of the old kings, their eyes hollow, their crowns heavy. "Speak your truth," they said, their voices a chorus. "Why do you claim him?" Jonas spoke first, his voice rough but sure. "He's ours because we chose him, we fed him, warmed him, loved him when he was just a stray. He's not just a king, he's our Grimalkin, part of our home." "The Meyer can't take that," Eliza's voice followed her wit a flame. "He's ours because he chose us to. He could have roamed the bogs, but he stayed purring by our fire. If he's a king with a family, and we'll not let him forget it." Grimalkin's eyes flickered, the crown wavering, but the old kings laughed, their voices a gale. "Love is not enough," they said. "The Meyer demands a king, not a pet. Prove his bond or lose him." The plain shifted, becoming a maze of thorns, their edges sharp as grief. The chasm's light dimmed, and Grimalkin roared his form, splitting cat king shadow, each pulling at the others. The thorns closed in their whispers, cutting. "You're weak mortals. He's beyond you. Let him go." Jonas and Eliza pushed through, their hands bleeding, their love a guide. They called to Grimalkin, their voices weaving a thread through the maze. Jonas's steady call, Eliza's sharp jests, the memories of fish scraps and fireside nights. The maze parted, revealing Grimalkin at its heart, his crown cracking, his eyes torn. "I cannot fight it," he said, his voice breaking. "The Meyer is me, and I am it. Release me, or you'll fall." Eliza's laugh was fierce, her hand reaching through the thorns. "Fall. We've climbed bogs steeper than this. You're coming home, you stubborn cat." She grabbed his paw, her touch warm, and Jonas joined her, his hand on Grimalkin's flank. The crown flared, its thorns snapping, and the chasm shook, the old king's voices rising in fury. "You defy the Meyer," they roared, and the thorns tightened, cutting deeper. But Jonas and Eliza held fast, their bond, a fire that burned through the shadows. Grimalkin's purr, soft but fierce, joined them, a sound that echoed their love. The crown shattered, its light exploding, and the chasm collapsed, spitting them back to the between worlds. They landed in the stone circle, the throne of bone crumbling, the cats silent, Grimalkin stood between them, his form. Small again, a cat with eyes like marsh fire, no crown above his head. The lady of the mire appeared, her reed-woven hair glinting, her eyes amused but respectful. "You've broken the old laws," she said, her voice a ripple. "The king is yours, tethered by love." But the mire remembers, and Grimalkin carries its mark. Jonas knelt his hand on Grimalkin's fur. "What mark?" he asked, his voice rough. The lady smiled, her teeth sharp. "He is cat and king, bound to both worlds. He'll roam, but he'll return. Guard him well, for the mire's call is never silent." Eliza scooped Grimalkin up, her shawl wrapping him. "Let it call," she said, her wit sharp. "He's ours, and we're not sharing." The cat purred, his eyes soft, and the lady vanished, the mist lifting. The between worlds faded, and Jonas and Eliza found themselves on the mire's edge. Grimblewick's lights faint in the distance. The cats were gone, the stones dim, but Grimalkin's warmth was real, his purr a promise. They walked home, their hands clasped the bog, silent but watchful. The trial was over, but the mire's heart still beat, and Grimalkin, cat and king, was theirs for now. Unseen, a shadow lingered, its eyes like embers, and the willows whispered, waiting for the next tale to unfold. The between worlds pulsed with a life that was neither earth nor sky, a realm where the black mire's heart beat in every shadow, and the air sang with the weight of ancient laws. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood in the wreckage of a shattered throne of bone, their hands bloodied from thorns, their hearts fierce with a love that had defied the mire's call. Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marsh fire, crouched before them, his form small again, a mouser stripped of the crown of thorns and starlight that had nearly claimed him. The chasm of the mire's heart had spit them back to the stone circle, its spirals dim, its cat silent. But the trial was not over. The lady of the mire's words lingered like a storm's echo. "He is cat and king, bound to both worlds. Guard him well, for the mire's call is never silent." The air was thick, the mist curling like fingers around the ancient stones, and the ground beneath Jonas and Eliza's boots hummed with a rhythm that wasn't entirely gone. The cats, their forms flickering between beast and myth, some with wings of mist, others with tails like serpents, watched from the shadows, their eyes a constellation of judgment. Grimalkin's purr, soft but steady, was a lifeline, but his gaze held a trace of the king. He'd nearly become a wildness that made Eliza's heart ache. She held him close, her shawl wrapped around his trembling form, her wit a shield against the weight of the between worlds. "You're home, you furry rogue," she whispered, her voice fierce. "No crowns, no bogs, just us." Jonas knelt beside her, his peat cutter's hands gentle on Grimalkin's fur, his practical soul wrestling with the truth they'd faced. "We beat it, didn't we?" he asked, his voice rough. "The throne's gone, the crown's broken. You're ours." Grimalkin's eyes met his, green and deep, and he spoke, his voice a rasp that carried the mire's echo. "The crown is broken, but the mire does not forget. I am tethered to you, but I am its son." The balance holds for now. Before Jonas could reply, the lady of the mire appeared, her reed-woven hair glinting, her eyes a mirror of Grimalkin's. She stood at the circle's edge, her presence a tide that made the stones tremble. "You have done what no mortal has," she said, her voice a melody of water and wind. "You've bound a king to your world, not by force, but by love. The old laws bend, but they do not break. Grimalkin is yours, but he carries the mire's mark, and it will call again. Eliza's grip tightened her wit. Flaring, let it call, she said, her eyes blazing. He's our cat, and we'll fight 100 mires to keep him. What's this mark, and what's it mean? The lady smiled, her teeth sharp as thorns. The mark is his nature, cat and king, bridge between worlds. He will roam the shadows, guard the balance, but he will return to your hearth. Betray that bond, and the mire will claim him and you. Jonas stood, his hands clenched, his heart steady. Will not betray him. He's family, and family holds fast. But what's this balance you keep yammering about? Speak plain. The lady's gaze softened, a flicker of respect in her eyes. The balance is the veil between your world and ours. The king of the cats ensures it holds, keeping shadows from spilling into Grimblewick, keeping men from trespassing too far. Grimalkin's love for you tethers him, but his duty is to the mire. Honor both, and you will thrive. Eliza's laugh was sharp. Her fear burned away. Duty is it? He's got a duty to eat our fish and nap on our rug. We'll honor that, and he'll come home. Right, you rogue. She scratched Grimalkin's chin, and he purred, his eyes half closing a mouser again. But the wildness lingered, a spark that wouldn't fade. The lady raised a hand, and the stone circle flared, its spirals spinning one last time. The verdict is given, she said. Grimalkin is yours, but the mire watches. Live well, mortals, and guard the king. She dissolved into mist, the cats vanishing with her, their eyes fading like stars at dawn. The between worlds shimmered, then collapsed, and Jonas, Eliza, and Grimalkin stood on the mire's edge. Grimblewick's lights faint in the distance. The bog was silent, its willows still, but the air carried a hum, a promise that the mire's heart still beat. Jonas lifted Grimalkin, his weight familiar, and Eliza tucked her shawl around them, her hand finding Jonas's home. She said, her voice soft but sure, "Let's go home." The walk back was a blur, the path solid under their boots, the mist parting as if in deference. Grimblewick slept, its cottages dark, its folk unaware of the battle fought in the shadows. The Tuttle cottage welcomed them with the creak of its door, the glow of embers in the hearth. Jonas set Grimalkin by the fire, where he curled into a ball, his purr a quiet song. Eliza lit a candle, its flame steady, and sank into a chair, her hands trembling now that the fight was done. He spoke. Jonas set his voice low, his eyes on Grimalkin. He's more than a cat. Eliza always was, maybe. She nodded, her wit returning. More than a cat, but still ours. Kings don't get to shirk hearth duty. She tossed a fish scrap to Grimalkin, who snatched it with a flick of his tail, his eyes glinting with a mischief that was both mouser and monarch. The days that followed were a return to rhythm, but not to normalcy. Jonas cut Pete his spade steady, but he watched the willows, the reed's ash still in his pocket. Eliza swept the hearth, her laughter bright, but she traced the spirals Grimalkin left in the garden, their glow faint but present. The village whispered of the Tuttle's strangeness, Jonas's tale, the cats that gathered at their gate, but none dared ask, and the blacksmith Hodge only nodded his hammer. Silent Grimalkin roamed as the lady had said. Some nights he vanished into the mere, his form a shadow among the bogs, and Jonas and Eliza woke to find him gone, the air humming with his absence. But he always returned, his purr, warm, his eyes soft, curling by the hearth as if he'd never left. The cats of Grimblewick watched him, their gazes respectful, and Eliza swore she saw a tabby bow once its tail low. One evening, as winter crept into the hills, Jonas and Eliza sat by the fire. Grimalkin sprawled between them. The wind howled, carrying the Myers song, and Jonas spoke his voice thoughtful. He's guarding something, isn't he? Keeping the shadows at bay. Eliza nodded her hand on Grimalkin's fur. He's our king in his way, but he's ours first. That's what we fought for. She smiled, her wit a spark. Mind you, he's still a lazy mouser. Don't let that crown go to your head, you rogue. Grimalkin's eyes opened green and deep, and he purred a sound that held both worlds. The hearth flared, the cottage warm, and the Myers' hum softened a truce between realms. Grimblewick thrived its nights. Quiet, its shadows held at bay by a cat who was more than a cat, tethered by a love stronger than any crown. Years later, the village told tales of the Tuttles and their cat, a peat cutter, a sharp-witted wife, and a king who walked the mire. Some called it myth, others truth, but the bog kept its secrets, its willows whispering only to those who listened. Jonas and Eliza grew old, their hands clasped their hearth bright, and Grimalkin, ever ageless, roamed and returned, a bridge between worlds, a king with a home. Unseen, the lady of the mire watched her smile soft, and the stone circle glowed faintly, waiting for the next tale to unfold. The black mire sang its heart content, and Grimblewick stood a village touched by magic, guarded by a cat who was both king and kin.